Mr. Speaker, we revert to first readings of bills.
Honourable for City of Bridgetown.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of the Land Tax Amendment Bill 2019.
The question is that this bill be read here first time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Revert to government business. And order number 8 in the name of the Honourable Minister of Housing, Lands and Rural Development to move the passing of a resolution to approve under Section 5 of the Land Acquisition Act, Chapter 225, the compulsory acquisition by the Crown of the parcel of land situate at Lower Bay Street in the parcel of St. Michael on this island for the purpose of tourism development.
Honourable Member for St. Andrew.
Mr. Speaker, this resolution seeks approval for the compulsory acquisition of land containing 7,328 square meters of land at Lower Bay Street for the public purpose of tourism development. The issue of tourism development, a public purpose for tourism development, is one which has engaged the Caribbean Court of Justice and other jurisdictions. And in a case, the Williams versus the government of St. Lucia, the judgment, or rather the judgment of the learned judge at the time on the completion of in giving the judgment, he did indicate, or rather the Privy Council, I'm sorry, the Privy Council did indicate that the promotion of tourism can be a public purpose in the island, and that the development of tourism has a degree of vagueness, but what is called for by the ordinance is the statement of a public purpose, which necessarily must be in very general terms. The expression of the development of tourism does state a purpose which is a public purpose. And it was stated in another instance that a public purpose may be achieved through private enterprise at the instance of a private entrepreneur whose sole aim may be to make profit. I make this assertion because of the fact that this area of land is land which is being acquired for a public purpose in the area of tourism development from an individual, and it is the intention of government in pursuance of that purpose to engage a private developer with respect to the tourism aspect of it. The particular area is part of an area stretching from the Garrison to the Screw Dock, the Blackwood Screw Dock in Bridgetown, which presents Barbados with an abundance of opportunities for tourism development, especially given that tourism is the main driver of the economy. And it should be noted that the investment in that area is a critical component of the Barbados Economic Recovery Program. I have determined as Minister of Tourism that as part of government's plans to revitalize Bridgetown and to enhance the tourism product, Minister of Housing, sorry. the property, which is owned by Tiny Tots Limited, currently occupied by an enterprise under the name of the Liquidation Center, would be required for tourism development. Cabinet, on the 14th of February, agreed to the acquisition. It is expected that after the acquisition, the property will be vested in the Barbados Tourism, Inc., which in turn will transfer the property to a private developer. Relevant notices have been published, and the authorizations under the Section 4 of the Act were signed by His Excellency, the Acting Governor General, on May the 2nd, 2019. The site was surveyed in accordance with the Act, and as Minister of Housing, I support the introduction of this resolution, which has been certified by the Attorney General for compulsory acquisition. Thank you. I beg to move that the resolution do not pass.
Honourable for Microsoft Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My intervention in support of this resolution will be short. 3 weeks ago, sir, the Investment Division of the Ministry of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment, along with the Ministry of Tourism and International Transport, hosted a tourism investment forum. And it was about a week of activities, sir, where we engaged first local developers and investors and owners of property, and then regional and international interests and brands who we wanted to engage in a discussion about the new Barbados. That conversation, sir, about the new Barbados, as mentioned by the Honourable Member for St. Andrew, is an important part of the Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Plan. It is an important part of the transformation, sir, of this country and of this economy. And perhaps one of the things that, one of the sets of feedback or the observations that we received from the people who we had engaged had to do with our approach to development and our approach to investment as presented during the days of that Tourism Investment Forum. And I'll just give a little bit of background as to what that approach is. We have been discussing for some time the fact that there are few areas in this Barbados that we love and that many people have come to cherish as visitors and as Barbadians and as people who choose to make their homes and their lives here. But there are many areas in the country now, sir, that have suffered from a lack of attention. And perhaps no more so any other area than that of Bridgetown and the surrounding areas. Barbados' first Tourism Investment Forum, sir, laid out a plan for the urban renewal of the country, spanning from Savannah, what is now the Savannah Hotel, to Four Seasons or Paradise, as an initial area for redevelopment. And we worked alongside the Town and Country Development Planning Office, alongside some consultants who, sir, developed the amended physical development plan, the amended Barbados physical development plan that is now in draft and that will soon be presented again to the people of Barbados. But as part of that plan, what we set out was a revisioning and a plan for renewal of an area that perhaps is the last area that has been left out of our post-independence development of the country. Now, whereas other investment fora focus solely perhaps on getting foreign direct investment into the country, what we made very clear during the days of that investment forum ending on the 24th of April, a few weeks ago, was that this effort is a reinvestment effort, but anchoring it is a vision for the engagement and the economic enfranchisement of all of the residents of that area. There can be no attempt to invest or reinvest or to bring capital and interests in to the greater Carlisle Bay area and the Bridgetown area that does not include and does not have at its center the residents of Bridgetown and of that greater Bridgetown area. So we took our time, Mr. Speaker, sir. We worked with the Investment Division, with the Town and Country Development Planning Office, with the Ministry of Tourism and its departments and agencies, and alongside the consultants. And we thought about and presented a unified vision that is not just about the properties that are represented there. And we did identify 12 greenfield sites, so 12 areas for potential new build, as well as 7 what we call strategic reinvestment areas. And we've had, sir, a lot of interest in the new builds. We've had a lot of combinations of joint ventures of local developers already and international brands and investors already being interested in some of those sites. But what I want to impress upon this chamber and to the people of Barbados through you, sir, is that what we call infill opportunities that we see in this area. So when we look, for example, at the area around the Hilton, Needham's Point area, and the fact that in between some of the larger developments and the towers that we have visualized, and this area is anchored by a new build at the pier head and a new reinvestment that is anchored by the towers at Needham's Point, that all through there we see opportunity for Barbadians, either through investing in entertainment areas, restaurants, shops, their own products that they develop and sell, or through bringing their investment to bear as part of a joint venture along with larger investors. This is about providing opportunities for Barbadians. We've talked a lot about our capacity to provide new investment models and investment instruments. But the truth is that this is our last opportunity, we believe, to really get the people of the Bayland, of Chapman Lane, of Carrington Village, of all of the areas of Bridgetown and its surroundings engage in its redevelopment. And we're not just talking, sir, about employment opportunities when these developments are going up. We have in the new Planning and Development Act an opportunity to utilize something that we call planning gains to make sure that that we don't just pay lip service to engagement of people. We have looked far and wide at models of how can we really engage people in this redevelopment. And so, for example, sir, when a hotel is breaking ground and getting ready to start construction, We all know that labor is required. But we've seen and we've observed, and we are hoping to apply some models that are different. And through planning gains that we expect to be on average around 4 to 6% of the development costs, we expect to be able to get some added value from these developments so that you do not just come to Barbados and benefit from the patrimony of this country and of its citizens without being able to give back to those people that that development will affect. And philosophically, sir, ideologically, that is one of the very important platforms of this government's plan for growth. And what do planning gains allow? Planning gains allow, for example, sir, that when you engage labor, when you engage people to work on the construction of your property, you're not just looking to get people working for a short period of time, which is important. But the value that is being added, sir, is that you want to do what some hotel brands have been able to do that we've seen where we've observed these examples. That you bring people in, you get a sense through your training program of what are the areas in the hospitality, in the tourism sector, or in related sectors in which they might be interested or demonstrate a particular talent for. And so you design a training program that is able to speak to and engage them on those particular tracks. The objective of the training program is to provide long-term employment for people either in the hotel that is being built or in a new project that will shortly emerge, or simply to be able to give a bankable or a marketable skill to the people who will be passing through. That is one of the examples, sir, of the planning gains to which we refer, that this redevelopment, Greater Carlisle Bay Area redevelopment project, of which this acquisition is a very important part, that is one of the examples of the enfranchisement and the approach to planning gains that we envision. Planning gains, sir, also allow us to ensure that where we may want to contemplate adjustments in the housing around the development, that we make sure that we consult with the residents, that we make sure that any residents who are involved in any relocation efforts, that we use the opportunity to improve the living standards, the living conditions, the access to amenities that those residents are able to enjoy. So we imagine, we envision, we project that these tourism redevelopment efforts, this new investment approach, will be able to earn overall, in terms of new investment, around over $2 billion Barbados dollars in new investment. Now we know that not all of that capital stays on our shores, and there's a certain leakage that takes place because of the fact that some components of that construction will have to be imported. But we believe that this is not simply about the foreign direct investment in the dollar value of the foreign direct investment, but this is about the potential to make sure that we see a complete urban renewal. We're talking about green spaces, we're talking about improved housing conditions, we're talking about improved drainage, improved road infrastructure. This tourism reinvestment allows us to see a complete investment in the residents and the communities of this area, from Pile Bay to Harts Gap and beyond. And so we have not framed this, and we do not continue to frame this. And up to this morning, I received a call from another investor who is interested in developing one of the properties. And he said to me, you know, one of the things that is missing from this picture that you have shared with us is I want to know about the community. I can see what is foreseen for the hotel property. I can see what is foreseen for the surrounding restaurants. But I want to know who are the people that will be our neighbors. I want to know what they're interested in doing. I want to know what are the schools in the area and how we can contribute to improving the school plant. And this was a conversation that was started by that person, by that investor who's interested in coming and being a part of this redevelopment plan. I will not detain the House much longer on this, and we will, as we roll out the physical development plan and consult with Barbadians on it, have a lot more opportunity to discuss what are the investment opportunities, not just for foreign capital, but for Barbadians around the country. But I want to say that we have taken care and taken time to ensure, even though we know that we need to get growth back in this economy, an economy that has not grown, has seen zero growth from 2008 to 2018. We need to have growth, we need to create employment, but we needed to make sure that we got the legislative framework right with the Planning and Development Act. And in fact, what we did as a part of this initiative was to make sure that we could ensure a certain speed of return of an approval or of a refusal with respect to planning applications. We wanted to make sure that we had clarity with respect to the incentives framework that would obtain, because we are not in the business, as the last administration sought to do with the hot and sweaty sell-off of the Hilton that they attempted. We are not in the business of selling off the patrimony of Barbadians. A government that has a plan for growth and investment does not need to get all hot and bothered and run and sell everything cheap. So we've taken our time and we've put this Greater Carlisle Bay reinvestment package together, anchored, sir, in a plan for the urban renewal and the enfranchisement of the Barbadians who live and work and express themselves in this area. It's an ongoing process. But as we continue to engage investors from abroad and from Barbados alike, we believe that there can be no future development of the country that does not bring all Barbadians along. And so this resolution is a very important part of that puzzle and a very important part of that revisioning of the new Barbados. And with those few words, sir, I'm obliged to.
Honourable Member for St. James Central.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I welcome the opportunity to say a few words on this matter which is before the House. I think the House will recall that it was on the 20th of March that the Honourable Prime Minister would have piloted her financial statement and budgetary proposals. And at that time, she spoke tangentially to this matter, sir. The issue really of a compulsory acquisition on that much discussed property in Bay Street is one that has been mooted for some time. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that originally we were talking about 2 spots, or the hotel standing, the proposed hotel standing on 2 spots in Bridgetown. And as I recall the Honourable Prime Minister saying, conceptually, this government, together with the investor and proposed developer, is seeing a different value construct, so that instead of it standing, sir, as originally envisaged on 2 spots, the hotel will be built on 3 lots. And as the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central And it is really a pleasure, sir, to listen to an honourable member for St. Michael's South Central speak sensibly to the tourism industry. That is a refreshing thing to hear. But I will not digress. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that as the honourable member says, there is a concept of it not just being a third, but actually part of a fourth, which I believe would be the old M.G. Tucker property. And the use of that extra piece of land, sir, is for the purposes, or is envisaged to be for the purposes of facilities being created for people, hopefully from the immediate surrounding community in and around the city of Bridgetown, to be able to participate commercially in the tourism business by whatever means are available, whether it be vending or whatever else they may do to provide services of commercially provide services to that property and obviously to the patrons of the property. So that, in a broad sense, this is now re-envisaged, as must more tourism property be able to be re-envisaged, to carry along with us the communities surrounding the hotel plant in Barbados. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the honourable members for St. Michael's South Central hit the nail entirely on the head. I have to speak to, without anticipating in any way, anticipating this House, I believe, sir, I will be given the opportunity to pilot the tourism levy bill this evening. And I will not want to give the same speech twice, but suffice it to say that there is a critical point that has been made. The honourable member has drawn a distinction that we in Barbados must continue to make between the tourism product to be found in many other parts of the Caribbean, more specifically in the Northern Caribbean. And I will not mince words about it, sir. Jamaica has this problem. The Dominican Republic have this problem. Several of our competitors to the north of the Caribbean have this problem, where they have been able to attract multi-million-dollar investments, mega investments. But those investments, sir, have tourists come in to exist behind tall walls. And there are buses come in, roll in on a morning, pack down the visitors, or pack in the visitors, and take them out to an attraction where they spend part of the day and bring them back behind tall walls. And the fact of the matter is that they do not have an experience which allows them to commingle with the local community, to seamlessly interface with the local community, to fearlessly interface with the local community, because issues of security remain top of mind, issues of safety remain top of mind in those countries, largely because there has been a disconnect between the economics of the tourism industry and the average citizen. So that the average man and woman in Jamaica does not feel or see, in the Dominican Republic too, and Mexico, they do not feel and see themselves as being immediately part and parcel of that which is taking place in terms of the tourism industry. And we have, sir, to make sure that the safety and security of Barbados that has set us apart and singled us out, that ease with which people will walk along Paynes Bay and Old Town and Oistins and Maxwell and so on, and interface with the communities in Fitz Village and Prospect and on the South Coast. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, sir, we can't lose that, because that is special. And the point that the honourable member has made is a critical component to us being able to continue. We must be able to make sure that when new investments come, that there are public gains, planning gains as she has termed them, but that communities nearby are not left out. And if that means, Mr. Speaker, sir, that you assist the developer has to spend 5% of that which he might spend on the hotel, and let's understand what we're talking about. A hotel might cost $200 million. So that if you tell him, sir, to spend 10% of that is 20 million, 5% is $10 million. He is putting $10 million into improved housing. And what community in Barbados could not do, what working class community in Barbados could not do with that type of capital injection so as to make life better? You put that money into recreational activities, recreational opportunities, sport development, etc. So we have playing fields and the appropriate equipment and so on in our pavilions. What community of working class nature in Barbados could not do with that, sir? And Mr. Speaker, sir, the reality is, as is anticipated with respect to the Hyatt in Bay Street, an opportunity for there to be business opportunities for the people from the surrounding area, so that whether they are in vending or whatever aspect of business they may wish to do, that they can interface with the visiting community and be part of the economic return and economic reward from the tourism industry. That is the vision, sir, that the government has. I am pleased, Mr. Speaker, sir, to be able to support the vision. And the motion which is before this House, sir, is very timely because, as I said, it follows hard on the heels of the Prime Minister's comments in the budget on the 20th of March when she made it abundantly clear that this was in the national economic interest. And I want, on behalf of my ministry, sir, to give it my unswerving support. I am obliged to you.
Honourable Member for Michael West.
Thank you much, Mr. Speaker. I'm a little surprised at the brevity of comment, which has come from 3 honourable members who preceded me on their feet. The compulsory acquisition of land is an enormous state power. It is not a power that can be exercised with any measure of indifference. There should never be any impression of callousness associated with such an initiative. And I believe that care should be taken to explain to all and sundry, not least the members of this House and your honourable self, as to specificity relative to many of the important details involved in such an action of the state, especially the context where a party in office has such a tremendous imbalance and therefore advantage which comes with that imbalance in numbers in the configuration of the Parliament of Barbados. So we are talking about today the use of state power. It's not for the first time that a Parliament is using its legislative power to engage in compulsory acquisition. But I think the context is important, especially in this specific context. And I speak not holding any brief for any private interests which currently exists or operates on Bay Street or its environs. I speak to the power of the state, and I speak to the principles revolving around the issue before us. Now, if a government undertakes to acquire a property owned by private interests to be vested temporarily under the agency of the Crown with the intention of later transferring by whatever process ownership to another private entity, then the question arises, and I would have hoped somebody would have spoken to that, as to whether or not that intention to transfer to a specific private developer or entity has been or is the result of an open, transparent, and procurement process. In other words, if you say to me, the state is acquiring this property for a good public purpose, we'll hold it for a while and transfer it at some soon date to a private developer, how do we arrive at the conclusion and position that that private developer in question, as implied by the intention, is the person or the entity best qualified, all things considered, to be the beneficiary of such transfer from state ownership of lands which are now currently owned by other private, ongoing private interests? So I have to ask the question. I do not know that this has not been the case, but it has not been stated that it is the case, that by open, transparent, and clear procurement process, one private interest in Barbados has shown itself best qualified to be the beneficiary of this action contemplated by the government. Now, there has been much debate around the issue of what constitutes public purpose relative to land acquisition. This has been a debate that has raged to some extent on either side of the Atlantic Ocean, and there are jurisdictions in which this matter would have been settled and resolved, clearly indicating what constitutes public purpose, and that when even private lands are acquired for private use, but in the interests of public benefit, whether through taxes, employment, generation of revenue by the state, this is accepted now as something which is legitimate and valid in the wider national interest. On this side of the Atlantic, these issues have been wrestled with in the United States as well, under their legislation relative to eminent domain. I'm sure that you are fully well aware of these. The acquisition by state-related entities of private properties, especially in a context where the property will later be transferred for other private use. The Honourable Member, Minister of Housing, acknowledged and admitted that the expression for tourism development was vague. And indeed, it is vague. And I very much appreciate the contribution that came from the Honourable Member of St. Michael South Central, because she sought to expand upon the vision of the government, the now government, on the plans for that part of the geography of Barbados, a very wide stretch of it. And she set this in a context which gives some further clarity to the purpose for acquiring this property. But simply to say in the measure before us as worded that it is for tourism development is somewhat vague and really is begging of some further explanation. We have to understand, and I might very well be wrong, because no private developer, I don't think, has been named thus far in any of the presentations. But if my information is correct, we are preparing as a parliament to pass a measure which would allow a private developer known to all of Barbados, who has operated in circumstances repeatedly, which have attracted much controversy in Barbados. This is an entity questioned by this party when in opposition as to the legitimacy and advisability of their actions with respect to development at the port, developments at the port, inside and outside of the port. This is a developer, an entity which has been questioned with respect to its operations around the Corvallis estate, inside of the estate, and along the highway that gave access to that estate, with respect to simple things like establishing an obstruction, a structure in the road, which we condemned as being ill-advised, illegal, and we have stated, to our view, something which contributed to a tragedy in Barbados. This is a developer, an entity that we have seen questions raised with respect to its operations in the Bushy Park area. All I'm asking is, am I right in indicating that this is a private interest that will benefit from this action of this Parliament today? And if this is the entity that is likely to benefit, has that entity been chosen as a result of a process of clear, open, and transparent bidding and procurement? Public purpose is good, and I intimated that that discussion is taking place internationally, both sides of the Atlantic, and the weight of opinion has come down on the view that it is quite fine and very much fitting and in place for a state entity to compulsorily acquire the property interests of a private developer for transfer to the ownership of another private developer if that second private development of which I just spoke is going to serve the wider national interests in terms of state revenues, in terms of employment generation, in terms of taxes, and contributing to the socio-economic development of surrounding communities. So the opinion, the weight of the opinion, and you would know these things as a legal luminary yourself, Mr. Speaker, falls to that point, that public purpose can be so understood, interpreted, and qualified. So it cannot be taken lightly in our small economic context that this is what we are doing, and I don't think we treat the matter with the seriousness it deserves, and the institution here with the respect it deserves, and the public with the respect to which it has right. If we come simply and briefly utter a few words that we are going to do it, and that this is a measure before us, and that we support it, there are questions which must be asked before. In this instance, we are taken from an ongoing interest. This is not a property that is vacant of buildings. This is not a business that has come to the end of its life or even perhaps its viability. This is a business, is an ongoing business, and we're looking to use the state power to take from one ongoing business interest to serve the indicative or potential interest of another entity. All I'm saying that when we do these things, I don't condemn the government for taking this action. I am speaking more with reference to the way in which we present it to the Parliament and therefore the public. And therefore, I believe we must be cognizant that with enormous power attaching to the state becomes the enormous power of care to do it and to do it right and to hold to the best of our democratic traditions and to treat to the business of fairness and equity as a state in dealing, especially in this case, with private interests. Now, the private use to which this property is expected to be put as implied is, I suppose it may be substantive or substantial, but it is still relatively incidental to serving public good. And a lot of what we anticipate lies particularly so in the realm of anticipation. We do not have anything before us to suggest that there's a good and solid basis for thinking that an entity such as this, if this property is acquired and transferred to them, will in fact follow through and provide the type of benefits that we anticipate. If you refer to one of those cases in United States, Mr. Speaker, to which I made reference, you have a situation where a state entity acquires private interest property for transfer to another private interest, involving the process of demolition of existing property elements, only later on not to follow through. That is not something which is unfamiliar to Barbados either when it comes to the matter of land acquisitions and compensation, which should follow. So we have to be careful that we don't chase a dream of benefits which are now speculative and incidental, and which may be or may not be forthcoming. The point we're making here is that the government is moving with some measure of haste to make this possible for developers based on a promise which they have made to us. Now, there are some other issues that come to the fore when we focus on this matter, and it's broad. Are we blurring or eliminating the distinction between public purpose and private use of property? That was one of the opinions of one of the more prominent members of the United States Supreme Court, that in taking these actions, we are blurring the distinction that exists between public use and public purpose and private property. The decision around that case, with which you and others here may be familiar, was a 5-4 decision of the United States Supreme Court, which suggests, Mr. Speaker, that the opinion is strongly divided as to actions like this. And if that is the case, then therefore we need to be cautious and careful, more prudent in how we go about these things, and certainly more expansive in our explanation to this Parliament and to the public as to what we are doing and why we are so doing or taking that action. Part of the opinion that comes out of this discussion is that the parties that benefit in circumstances such as this are most often likely to be those parties with either economic power or political influence. Now, that speaks right to our hearts here in Barbados, because for the last 10 years, we have been very concerned about the extent to which benefits have been served to persons with or entities with economic power and political influence. And you can't have a measure like this come to the Parliament of Barbados and not be concerned to answer that question or to say something with reference to that question. Is it true that in economies such as ours, even in more developed economies, this is an opinion that comes from the United States. It's an opinion held by members of the Supreme Court of the United States and others in a wider frame of discussion. And therefore, it is not something that we should pass lightly and without making reference to such. We operate in a political context, Mr. Speaker, I am sure you would agree, in which that question is always raised or the point always made that those with political influence and those with economic power benefit more often and best when government takes certain actions, either at this level or at the level of cabinet. And therefore that question has to be raised. Are we seeking to facilitate an entity because of its political influence or because of its economic capacity? I remember once being a member of a party that raised those questions often, and I would want to suggest to members of the government that those are questions which must be asked, and I humbly do, and they are questions which ought to be answered, issues which certainly ought to be discussed. And I do not think that we do ourselves a discredit or a disservice if we raise those questions or respond to those questions. The Honourable Prime Minister, who was both very conscientious and possessed of a strong social conscience and strong leadership acumen and wisdom, raised this question, or made this statement rather, and said that Barbados must be a place where development can take place, but at the same time the rules of fairness and transparency must be respected. I don't have to remind you, Mr. Speaker, that the Honourable Prime Minister said that because she sought to set a context in which government must go about its business and a context in which debate taking place in Parliament must be set. And I repeat, Barbados must be a place where development can take place, but at the same time the rules of fairness and transparency must be respected. Now, we have to therefore ask ourselves about or relative to the degree to which transparency here is at work, to which the rules, the extent to which the rules of fairness are being adhered. My understanding is this development facilitates, anticipates an attempt to facilitate the building of a Hyatt with larger horizontal dimensions as opposed to vertical dimensions, which was originally the plan. Now, there was a lot of negative comment relative to this particular development in this area on Bay Street not too long ago, such that the project has been, some would suggest, delayed, and significantly so. If we pass this measure before us, we do so, anticipating that it would facilitate the building of a Hyatt. So we're not going up higher anymore. We're going out in a wider frame, and therefore we must take other people's properties in order to facilitate that. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am not here to say that the government is wrong in so doing. The government knows its plans, it has its visions, it knows about the state of negotiations with both the current owners of the property, and it knows about, I suppose, its negotiations with the potential developers of this property. I'm simply saying there was much negativity and controversy surrounding this project not too long ago when this government came to office. That was still very much the case. When this government came to office, that was not too long ago, that was still very much the case. There was much put abroad about environmental impact assessments. Barbadians would want to know if these, in the new context of this development, have been complied with, and whether or not the agency of government responsible for overseeing and authorizing such is satisfied that the environmental impact upon the potential area for construction, as well as the surrounding communities, as well as our coastal environment, is such that we feel comfortable that the project can go ahead. Now, I do not know how mature and reasonable people would find it objective or otherwise that those questions, objectionable, that those questions would be raised. But somebody has to raise them in here. I suspect no other voice in here will raise them, and so I raise them on your behalf. But the questions will be raised in the public. Already they are being raised, and those questions have to be raised and they have to be answered. Has there been any town hall meeting around this particular issue, taking into consideration the new plans for expanding horizontally the development? Now, these were burning issues not too long ago, and reasonable people felt that there were legitimate issues to be raised. And I believe all reasonable people still feel so. I have, Mr. Speaker, been made to understand that in fact the owners of this property, the current owners of this property, are believed to have applied a few years ago to develop the property in a way which is related to tourism development with the potential to bring benefits to our economy in that regard. If I am wrong in so hearing and learning, I stand to be corrected. But if that is the case, responsible and mature approach to this discussion would suggest that we say the current owners wanted to develop that, and that was properly considered, researched, analyzed, and the government felt that that was not the way to go. There's nothing wrong with that, but you have to say that. If people have applied, currently operating there, and no response has been made to their application, and that they're not in a position to benefit from the development of the area for tourism-related purposes, and we acquire the area to give it to some other private developer, then I think the question of transparency and fairness is reasonably raised. One could ask as well, Mr. Speaker, why is it the developers, potential developers, are not in a position to acquire this property through private treaty and private negotiation? Why is it that the state has to intervene and acquire this property? Why is it that developers, who by all implications, all indications, should be in a financial and economic position to privately negotiate for the purchase of this property, face the music and pay the piper, why is that not the route being taken? If that route has been tried and it has failed, then you need to tell us so. Because unless you tell us so, then we have to ask the question, why has that not been the case? The Act provides, the Land Acquisition Act provides, for fair market value to be paid to owners of property acquired by government. Fair market value. And I've not heard what in government's view or what after government's findings is a fair market value attaching to the property. We were not told that today. What I do hear, and you know, Mr. Speaker, I hear these things at the top of Broad Street, in the middle of Swan Street, despite what others might think. What I do hear is that government has attached a value based on land tax assessment to the property, despite the fact that the current owners obtain a valuation from a prominent private valuer that is 3 times, or almost 4 times, 3 times the value of that which government seeks to pay the current owners. If I'm wrong, tell me I am wrong. I don't have a problem with hearing that. My problem is when you present this and we vote on it and we don't speak to those things. So I don't know. Other members on the government side, front bench and back bench, do not know, and the public certainly is in the dark. Did the current private owners obtain a valuation, suggest a property value in the 30s of millions, and is government offering a 12 million purchase price for the property? If I'm wrong, tell me that, and I will accept that. I am here to be enlightened, I'm here to be informed. But I'm here to raise questions in the interest of the Barbadian public, those who want to be rational and reasonable, and the authors of inquiry. We're talking about fairness and transparency, Mr. Speaker. That's what that is about. This property is a beachfront property. This property is a beachfront property. Mr. Speaker, there's not a property on Government Hill without a high value attaching to it. You understand that, Mr. Speaker? There's not a property in Bushall or Waterford, places with which you're very familiar by diligent work and religious presence. This is not that type of property. This is a beachfront property. And if we attribute to this, for this purpose, a value which is below or way below market value, what is the signal we are sending to other current beachfront property owners? If we accept this 12 or so million, whatever the government is offering, because we haven't been told, if we accept this as market value attaching to beachfront property on Bay Street, question is, what message are we sending to other private property owners and interests on the coastline of Barbados, whether it be West Coast or South Coast? It has implications for the value attaching to other properties. The business in question here, I heard referred to as Tiny Tots or Liquidation Center. I'm not too sure what's the correct name. It's been operating for almost 3 decades. 3 decades in that area. Is there a displacement cost attaching? It is a going concern. And if government is moving with this kind of alacrity to get this thing, what happens to the people's stock? I imagine a property that size, if you do enter there, and I have gone in there a couple of times, property that size, yeah, well, it's still a lot of stock.
I would wish to hear one speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your defense of me against the assaults coming from St. Thomas. But I know that they are well meant and intended. You know, Mr. Speaker, I've lost my train of thought as a result of that interruption. But it's a going concern, Mr. Speaker. This is a going concern. What of displacement costs? We have heard nothing about that. What of the value attaching to current stock levels? Mr. Speaker, we have heard nothing about that. What of loss of potential revenue to the business? Mr. Speaker, we have heard nothing about that. Now, in a more general frame, Mr. Speaker, this matter of government compensating people for their properties or settling their debts to creditors relative to property has been the subject of some significant debate in Barbados. Judgments have been rendered in court, long time to be settled, and we are familiar with that. I think both of the major parties in Barbados have had the experience of being faced with the obligation to settle debt as stated by the courts, and have taken a long time to settle. I think even some of those debts remain unsettled fully. The business of compensation of people for their private property is a serious, serious concern. I made a note, I did some checking based on a news item that I had read about some time ago. In 2003, the government, then government, acquired a property owned by a Mr. Griffith in St. James Central constituency for flood prevention following the Carew tragedy of 1995. The government acquired the property with very good intentions because it was felt that action, physical action, had to be taken to prevent any future occurrence of such impact from flooding and waters rolling from up the hill and coming down with the force and volume which they did, that took both Carew and his life, Carew's house and his life. And the action was taken with the best of intentions by government. I think it was then this government in office. And then in 2016, St. James North. Sorry, St. James North. And then the cabinet under the last administration. Now, this was acquired in 2003 or so. The cabinet under the last government, which the people of Barbados voted out not too long ago, in very strong numbers, 0 to 30. 30 love. BLP 30, DLP nil. That was the verdict of the people and the indictment on the then administration. The cabinet of that government, that administration, that party in office, canceled, decided no longer to pursue that project, and that the land should be returned to the owner. Mr. Speaker, imagine that. Now, if that happened to you, how would you feel? Government acquires your property more than a decade earlier, eventually does nothing with it. You are deprived of privileges of ownership. You are deprived from the potential revenue income that could have been associated with better use of that property. For over a decade, government acquires the property, and then years later would suggest that they're no longer going ahead. So a man is deprived of right use to his property, and then there's no compensation. The property is simply returned to him. Those things are not fair. Those things are not right. These things happen in our system of government from time to time. This is not intentional mischief. I'm simply saying that this government, which comes with a promise to do better, must ensure that those kind of days are behind us. And therefore, compensation, once compulsory acquisition takes place, compensation should be as speedy as possible, as fair as possible, and should take into consideration all of the elements around the change of use of the property. And then there's a case in St. Michael, in one of the urban constituencies of St. Michael, the urban constituency which I will not name, and it is not St. Michael West. But this individual came to me years ago, and I've had repeated visits with respect to some of their property acquired in an area of St. Philip for the government to do some road infrastructural improvements to improve the flow of traffic. 24 years ago, Mr. Speaker, 24 years ago. And to date, these people have not been compensated. 24 years ago. Mr. Speaker, 24 years ago. We are now on what? The third administration since that transaction took place. They still have not been compensated, and they have incurred some costs with respect to the property. I don't know how that happens, but this is what they represented to me. Now, all I'm on my feet here today to say is this. I have no brief for any private interest on Bay Street. I understand that government must take action, and that sometimes the action of government may not be approved by all. And sometimes that action will deprive the individual of his or her individual rights in the interest of serving the larger good. I understand the value and benefit of tourism to our economy. I understand of using our lands, wherever they are found, either rurally, internally, or on beachfront, to the best economic value, the best value in the interest of Barbados. I understand all these things. All I'm saying here today, Mr. Speaker, is that if we are going to do this, we should properly and fully explain to the Parliament, to yourself, to Barbadians, what we are doing and why, and what have been the considerations guiding our actions. With that, I thank you.
Honourable Member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, I had not originally intended to speak in this debate, only because as Attorney General I have the solemn and awesome responsibility of defending the interests of the Crown in relation to matters against it. However, having listened to the Leader of the Opposition, I felt that it would be wrong for me to sit in the chamber and not try to respond to some of the things that he's mentioned, but largely to perhaps set a bit of a different context to this debate. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has suggested that in this debate, he or the chamber or the public should hear about the value of the land. The Leader of the Opposition has said that he's heard on Broad Street and in the middle of Swan Street that the government is offering a figure. I think he mentioned the number 12. I don't know if he means 12 million or 12,000, but that he understands that the owners of the property have obtained a valuation in the 30s of millions of dollars. I'd like to say, sir, that I'm a little disappointed in the Leader of the Opposition.
Definitely.
The Leader of the Opposition has been in this chamber for many years. He's been in this chamber as a part of a government who, or which, in its time, they say, amassed a large volume of lands, calling them a land bank. And the Leader of the Opposition has stood in this chamber or sat in this chamber and participated, sir, in many of those debates, and I dare say I expect some of them would have included the constituency that he served then, that he continues to serve. I respectfully challenge the Leader of the Opposition to point us to a single instance, sir, where in the course of any compulsory acquisition, any individual sought to go into the matter of what property, what compensation should be paid, or what the property is worth. And I understand only too well that the Leader of the Opposition has his own choir, and as the director of that choir, he must raise them in a single chorus or chant. But I would urge him, sir, still to remember the role of this chamber and also the role of the courts. You see, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of Barbados stipulates, I don't want to say provides, it stipulates, sir, that an individual can only be deprived of property pursuant to a written law, and that in any instance where he is so deprived of his property, he must be paid compensation, sir. Constitution guarantees that. But our Land Acquisition Act, Mr. Speaker, recognizes that in much the same way as individuals will have a different view over the price of a second-hand car that I want to buy and that the Leader of the Opposition may want to sell, or the price of a pack of sweeties in at a store in town, a matter as important to individuals as land is more likely than not to involve a contest in terms of opposing views as to what the land is worth. Mr. Speaker, I take my responsibility very seriously, and I'm therefore not going to be drawn into figures in this debate. But I will say to the honourable member that when the Crown wants to exercise its right of eminent domain and acquire land, it does so pursuant to the Land Acquisition Act. And the Land Acquisition Act itself recognizes that the person whose land you may want to acquire will not necessarily agree with what you're offering. And our Land Acquisition Act, sir, at section 10, says that compensation in respect of the compulsory acquisition of any land shall be payable in accordance with this act. So what does that tell us, sir? I'm not going to choose this school, but it tells us that this act sets out parameters within which compensation is to be assessed and is to be paid. You don't, sir, pick up and say, take that and expect that the individual whose land is being taken must take it. Nor is the individual whose land is being taken able to say, pay me what I want or leave my land alone. It doesn't work so, sir. And therefore, the Land Acquisition Act sets out a process which involves both parties appearing before a judge in chambers, sir. So it's a high court matter. And both parties will present all of their arguments to the judge, including such valuations as they may have. And upon hearing all of the evidence, Mr. Speaker, the judge will then make a decision. I am happy that the Leader of the Opposition was handed 4 or 5 cases from the U.S. Supreme Court. Sir, the same thing happens there. You cannot agree on the value, and you approach the court and ask the court to settle this dispute between the parties, sir. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that the Leader of the Opposition would argue that a court is not a good place to settle disputes between parties. After all, that is what they're expected to do every single day. So if you can settle a dispute between major corporations in Barbados, settle a dispute between Inez from Josie Hill and Thomas from Checker Hall, be it small or large, surely the Supreme Court of Judicature is well able, sir, to discharge its lawfully conferred powers to settle the matter of acquisition. So I'm not going to talk about how much we offered or how much the owners of the land want, because those are matters that will or may shortly be before the High Court. And I certainly would not want, Mr. Speaker, to taint the views of the Barbadian public by discussing in this chamber what it is that it is valued at. But, Mr. Speaker, I have to ask the Leader of the Opposition whose side he is on. You see, sir, I will only say that the Leader of the Opposition is correct.
He's an Indian.
Is correct when he refers to a land tax value. That's all I will say. You see, sir, this government and every government of Barbados, no matter which administration is in, has an entity called, or used to be called, a Land Valuations Department, sir. Whenever a land tax bill is sent out to any of us in here or anybody within hearing, it has in one of its boxes something called market value. Mr. Speaker, that is the value upon which your taxes and mine are calculated. So to suggest that the government of Barbados should not rely on the intensive research of the individuals that the law determines should set a market value for the purposes of land tax is to suggest something, sir, that is a little bit odd. After all, if the Land Valuations Department is able to determine the value of my land for the payment of land taxes, why should I not trust it to determine the value of my land for the purposes of acquisition? But here is a hearty conundrum, sir. You know, clearly the Leader of the Opposition does not support the accuracy of the Land Valuation Office. And if he does not, because he thinks that the Land Valuation Office is valuing his land at too low a figure, I would like to urge the opposition to go to the evaluation department and say, listen, Chief, you value my land at $500,000 and I think you're wrong. It's really worth $900,000, so I come to pay the extra tax. Sounds a little bit absurd, doesn't it, sir? But that's the logical conclusion that you must take it to. If you do not agree that the land tax valuation is accurate, if you feel that it is too low, then it means, sir, that every single body in here should be paying more land tax than they're really paying. And so the individuals who own this piece of land, I don't know if the Leader of the Opposition's figures are correct, but if that entity says my land is worth 1,000 times more than the land tax commissioner should say worth, then I wonder how they would feel if the land tax commissioner said, all right, I cannot tax. I wonder, sir. Mr. Speaker, the matter of land valuations will always be something that people will have opposing views over. When you're negotiating for the purchase of real estate, one person brings their valuation, next person brings theirs. Happens every single day. But, Mr. Speaker, in all the things that the Leader of the Opposition has said, talking about taking up private people land, this business was a going concern, all those things, as if the Leader of the Opposition is so dead set against the government of Barbados acquiring this land. I have to ask him if he's heard the views of the people who own the land, sir. Because based on what has been reported in the media, the people who own the land are not objecting to the acquisition. They're not. They say, take it. We just want a reasonable settlement. Take the land. We just want a reasonable valuation. So the owners of the land are not objecting, based on what I see reported in the media, based on what I know, they're not objecting to the land being taken. The only issue, sir, is how much. So if the owners of the land are not raising any objection to the matter of public purpose, to the matter of the acquisition itself, I wonder what takes the Leader of the Opposition down this particular path, you see. Because if I am on one side and you are on the other side, and you and I on the same page, but the Leader of the Opposition wants to suggest perhaps that the acquisition of the land is a wrong-headed thing to do. Well, that's not open to him, sir. Because the owner of the land says, I don't have a problem with the acquisition. I have a problem with the price. And Mr. Speaker, whether that land is in Checker Hall, or Bay Street, or Eagle Hall, or in Kelman Gully, the same principle operates. You and I cannot agree on the price. There's a process which involves the court. Let us trigger it. Now, I do not know what could be problematic about that. Mr. Speaker, I will say to the honourable member, and I'm glad that he has put one or two legal advisors in the bosom of his team. I'm very happy to know that they spend some time researching the law. I would urge them, though, that sometimes they don't need to go as far as the United States Supreme Court. And it tells me, Mr. Speaker, that they do not remember the basics. Because one of the basic principles of jurisprudence, and particularly, sir, the doctrine of stare decisis, is that we first look for case law in our jurisdiction. And if you can't find our jurisdiction, then you look within the Commonwealth Caribbean. And if you have to go a little further afield there, sir, then you go to England and the rest of the Commonwealth. And the United States. A serious Caribbean legal intellect would ask, who named so? Because surely in 300 years, we have amassed a sufficient body of law that can help to guide us through these difficult times, sir. So I would urge the honourable member to ask his advisor next time to take him to the jurisdiction of Antigua and St. Kitts and St. Lucia and Dominica and Barbados. In fact, go to Barbados first. And if the honourable member should look at the cases of Barbados, they would see that our courts are well capable of settling issues of valuation. And if when once he gets past that hurdle, he has concerns about public purpose, well, let us take a short LIAT flight, if it's flying, to Antigua, sir, where in a decision brought by a former Prime Minister of Antigua, and now the head of one of his workers' unions, Sir Baldwin Spencer, against the Attorney General, case of that was heard in the Court of Appeal in 1998, sir. The matter of what is a public purpose came up. Because in Antigua, in that particular instance, the government of Antigua acquired a parcel of land from a hotelier who could not seem to get the project off of the ground. And having acquired it, passed it on to other individuals who had a project and said, let us get our economy going. No, sir, that matter went before the High Court. It was appealed to the OECS Supreme Court, and the OECS Supreme Court was absolutely satisfied that the fact that the individual carrying out the development ultimately might have been a private individual, that feature did not prevent the acquisition of the land from being a public purpose, sir. But if he feels duty-bound to go elsewhere, the Leader of the Opposition could be pointed to at least 1,000 cases in the United States where lands were acquired from people and put in the hands of who? Railway owners, so that the railway owners could build what? Profit-making railways. And then thousands of cases in England where essentially the same thing happened. And in every instance, sir, the court embraced the notion of a public purpose being entirely consistent with a development actually being done by a private developer. Now, but it's not relevant because the owners of the land have said our only issue is price. So let us focus, sir, the minds of the Barbadian people on what our real issues are. This is the first acquisition that this administration has done. I am happy, sir, that we're doing it at the cusp of the end of our first year in office, because it is being done as part and parcel of a truly important developmental imperative. We need to get this country building again. We need to get this country working again. We need, sir, hotels on our finest beaches and not car parks. We need investment in our country, and more from the private sector than from the government. Whatever issues this particular administration has had with members of that development team, and no doubt about it, they have been well publicized. But you know the important thing about leadership, sir? When you are in a position to govern, you cannot feel hidebound by stances that you have taken on principal matters, so much so that you're blinded to other opportunities that might come before you. They say, sir, that policies can change every day, but principles don't. And our principal positions on all of the wrong dealings that were done with the last administration remain those principal positions, sir. But at the same time, we have foremost in our minds the importance of getting our economy back on the right track. And individuals who are willing to put their money where their mouth is, sir, we welcome them to the effort at putting Barbados and Barbadians back to work. Mr. Speaker, in Trinidad Port of Spain had one or two hotels that were not attractive. But then one day they decided to build a Hyatt on what, from my recollection in law school days, I believe the member for St. James North and the member for St. James South would certainly agree, on what was a grungy, musty, rusty piece of real estate in Port of Spain. Today, sir, the Hyatt Port of Spain, I'm sure, is the premier hotel and conference center in that entire country. And it is certainly one of the most sought after hotel properties anywhere in the Caribbean for the business traveler. I welcome the opportunity for Bridgetown to have that sense of revival. And then once that happens, I'm certain, sir, that other developments will follow. Mr. Speaker, this property is vital to our development. I can't speak to what application went into whom, but the leader of the opposition did say it went in some time ago. So it would have been under the last administration. And I don't know why the last administration said no to it. I don't know, sir. They were in the habit of saying yes when the climate was right. And when the climate wasn't right, they would say no. So maybe the climate was not right on that occasion. But whatever motivated the refusal does not concern this Parliament nor this administration. I stand by this acquisition, and I look forward to a rejuvenated Bridgetown. I would like to urge only that the Leader of the Opposition to focus on any issue that the owner has. And because we cannot agree on the price, the court will determine it, sir, because that is exactly what the law requires. We have not refused to pay compensation. We're only saying because we cannot agree, then the court is the place to determine that. But in the meantime, sir, the acquisition goes ahead because the business of rebuilding Barbados stops for no man. I'm obliged to you.
Mr. Speaker, I must say that I am extremely disappointed with the contribution of the member for St. Michael West and the Leader of the Opposition with respect to invoking in this debate at this time, as the Attorney General quite rightly said, the issue of price. As he very well knows, whenever there's an acquisition, as a matter of fact, that has been the policy both with this administration and with the former administration. Their first negotiations with respect to a private treaty. The question of a private treaty, if the acquisition had been agreed to, we would be discussing this matter here. You don't come to Parliament for an acquisition and then you try to acquire the land by private treaty. And it is fairly obvious that the private treaty having failed, the government was left with no alternative but to come to Parliament with respect to the acquisition. Now, there are certain matters that I did not want to invoke in this debate because, I mean, it is interesting to note that the honourable member has got a very good brief, and he did not actually mention any names, but yet he wants us to mention names and to mention negotiations. But it would be interesting to know, or it would be interesting for him to tell us from whom did he get his brief and how much he was paid for that brief. Because I cannot believe, I said it would be interesting. You want to get up on a point of order? It would be interesting because I never expected that honourable member, when the policies of the Barbados Labour Party was being framed before the general election, which including the development that we are talking about now. He was on the political platform speaking to the issues that we are talking about now. And he fully well knew then what he knows now.
On a point of order.
To interrupt the honourable member while he is in full flow of his rant.
It's ram, not rant.
Rant.
Ram.
But he's misleading the House. And such falsehoods as are being espoused by him belong more to East Coast Road than to this honourable chamber.
What was the point of order, honourable member? There was no point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. He's fully aware he was in this House for a long time. You don't come to Parliament for an acquisition and talk about price. And since he's talking about price, I didn't want to mention it. But his client, who he says rant or ram, his client, when the valuations that he spoke about, well, you don't have a client.
I remember.
I charge neither legal fees or professional fees for my services as a minister of the gospel, and certainly not in my role as leader of the opposition. I think that is out of place and should be taken back.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't say anything about any professional fees. Because, as you know, I mean, when you talk about client, he is the leader of a political party without a name. And as his clients include the persons who might want to contribute to his political party whenever he brings a name. I mean, you can't come in here and make comments like the comments that you made when you were part of the decisions that we are taking now and expect to get away with it. But his client, he should tell us that the same client that he's speaking about objected to the same valuations from the Barbados Revenue Authority. Barbados Revenue Authority sent valuations to his client. And, I mean, valuations, he came in here talking about valuations in the millions. We're talking about valuations, $2–3 million, and his client objected. His client objected to those valuations.
Mr. Speaker,
really, you want me to rephrase it?
Object entirely to the repeated use of my client. I am not a legal professional. My profession is that of a minister of gospel. Unless he can give evidence that I charge for my services, I do not think he should be talking about my client. I have long, Mr. Speaker, resolved that I will make no responses to this honourable member. I consider him to be a political irrelevance in this party,
member,
and a member who represents only Orange Hill in that constituency.
Honourable member, that is no point of order. I want to speak to an issue. The honourable member has referred to a client. Nothing has been bandied about in relation to fees, etc. So there's no connotation. Honourable member, there's no connotation about a fee involved. And when I speak from this chair, and persons must abide by what I say from this chair. Honourable member, I have spoken. Honourable Sir Michael West, I have spoken.
I still think I have the right to speak in this chamber if I have a pertinent point to make.
That is understood.
And I think what you said is very subject to correction. The honourable member did refer to the amounts I was paid by my client.
No reference was made.
Asked to withdraw those comments.
No reference was
because
made.
Because he was misleading the House.
No reference was made.
None whatsoever.
None was.
None whatsoever. If I had said,
continue.
You know, if I had said.
Honourable member, I have ruled that there was no point of order. I have made my ruling. I stand by my ruling. End of story. Honourable member, I have made my ruling.
I stand on your issue, Mr. Speaker. I want to know if it is my right to ask for an official transcript of anything said by the honourable member in the last 10 or 15 minutes.
I do not have a problem with that, honourable member, if you so desire. For any point of clarification, I do not. have a problem.
I don't know
with that as well.
if the honourable member would want me to ask the question again, you know.
Honourable member, please continue.
You know, I don't want to waste any time, but the honourable member must be, sometimes you have to put people in their place. As I said, he came in here making certain accusations. They were not just accusations against this cabinet. It was the accusation against the government, the entire people of Barbados.
Point of order. The honourable member persists in me. I have made no accusation against this administration over this matter. As a matter, I specifically said I'm not accusing this administration of anything. He should take that back.
I don't know if I am the person who talk about a client who was asking for valuations in the 30 millions. I never heard in my presentation, in the presentations of all members on this side, nobody mentioned any figures. The honourable member is the person who came in here and mentioned figures. And whether they were from his flock, his client, or his ram, or whoever, Mr. Speaker, we didn't raise any, we didn't give any figures. But as I said, I'm just trying to explain to this honourable House that it is normal. It is normal for a government when they are proceeding with an acquisition under Section 3 of the Land Acquisition Act, for you to have discussions with the owners of the property. And those discussions generally involve the pricing of the land, how much you're going to pay them for the land. And all in those acquisitions and those negotiations, those are matters which were raised. Those are matters which were raised. But, you know, and for him to come and make those assessments with respect to quantum, you would have thought that he would also have got their views with respect to the valuations which went out. $2–3 million, they objected. I didn't want to mention that in this debate, but I think it is important because of what he has said in this debate. You get a valuation for $3 million and you object and say it's too high. You get a valuation and then a valuation the next year for $3 million. You say it is too high. You get a valuation the next year for $4 million and you say it is too high. And now because government wants to acquire your property, according to the honourable member, they now come with valuations in the $30 million. You know what should happen? You know what should happen? Before if this was a vindictive government, the government would raise the value of that property to $31 million for the last 10 years, insist that they pay land tax on that valuation, and then acquire the property. That is what this government should do. And Mr. Speaker, I mean, you also, there are other things that must be taken into consideration as well. Because the property that we are acquiring, you know, that is a property that is twice the size of the property that they bought. I mean, the question of, they have a right as the owners of the property to the increase in the value, to the increase in the size, as a result of accretion. The accretion, they have benefited from the accretion. The land size has doubled, and that is their right. I mean, and it is not the intention of this government. And as I said, if we were a vindictive government, we would do, you know, just like how, you remember when the Democratic Labour Party years ago were sending, and I have to put him in the category now, he is now on the opposition, so he is one of them. He's one of them. You remember when they were sending home people? When you used to get a month for every year that you work under severance? And what they did, they changed the law first, so that you would only get half of what you're supposed to get. And then they sent home the people. You know, if we were wicked, a vindictive government, we would change the law with respect to accretion, so that we would be paying them half of what we should be paying them. But I don't want to go any further with you. I am so disappointed with the honourable member. I mean, I cannot believe that I sat on a platform with the honourable member. If I was not in these chambers, I would say that he's dishonest. But I can't say that in here. Can't say that in here, Mr. Speaker. But with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I ask to move that this resolution do not pass.
One second is already. The question is that this resolution do not pass. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. This resolution do not pass.
Order number 6, sir. In the name of the Honourable Minister of Tourism and International Transport, to move the second reading of the Tourism Levy Bill 2019.
Honourable Member for St. James Central.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise conscious of the fact that the representative of Her Majesty's opposition is in a salty mood. Not to provoke him further, sir, but to try to make sure that this country has the benefit of the legislation of some critical pieces of legislation which were first mooted on the 11th of June 2018 when the Prime Minister of Barbados would have delivered the mini-budget. That, sir, would have been about 3 weeks into the life of our government. And it was a presentation which, sir, spoke to the country in the context of some urgent matters that cried out for immediate attention. And you will recall, Mr. Speaker, sir, that almost immediately after the budget, those who had chosen to be silent for many years, those whose silence had been complicit in helping to create some of the difficulties that this country faced then and to some extent still faces now. Sir, they, in spite of having facilitated the nature of the difficulties, they were moved to speak. Not always moved to speak sensibly, but they were moved to speak. Sometimes they said whatever came. In some instances, they said that which automatically came to mind. Some of them may have spoken, sir, without even anything coming to mind. But without exception, the voices raised were voices of criticism because of the fact that this government, within 3 weeks, had demonstrated a capacity to do that which our predecessors had not been able to do, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the better part of 8 years. And among the things that the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance put before the House on the 11th of June last year, sir, was a clear understanding that there had to be a few measures, some of which we will treat to right now, that were intended to do a number of things. First of all, sir, to halt the decay and the decline in the Barbados socio-economic fabric. And Mr. Speaker, sir, as I have listened to the course of public debate over the course of the last few months, I have come to recognize that there are many among us who either pretend or who have, in fact, got short memories. There may actually, sir, be at least one in here who has short memories. I don't know that I would accuse him of pretense. But, sir, lest we forget, when the Prime Minister spoke on the 11th of June last year, sir, with a view to halting the decline and the decay, she was speaking, sir, about a few pressing priorities, such as the flowing sewage that then existed on the south coast of Barbados and had existed for about 2 years before. And that in the context of last year's economic event, sir, was a burden to us in the first quarter in particular, because we were, as a result of that state of affairs, visited by not one travel advisory, sir, but by travel advisories from the United Kingdom, from the United States of America, from Canada, and also, sir, from Germany, resulting, Mr. Speaker, sir, in a contraction of this country's financial performance within the first quarter for the first time probably, sir, in our history, at least certainly for the first time since the early 1990s. And Mr. Speaker, sir, in addition to that, she would have been speaking about the decay and the decline, which would have seen a situation in Barbados where we would have had roughly 40-odd buses on the street on any given day. Sanitation trucks, Mr. Speaker, sir, which may have numbered about 6 or 7 on the road. A brand new government coming in would have found 6 or 7 sanitation trucks to service all of Barbados. And those which existed, sir, would have been about 12 or 13 years old and in a state of unreliable performance. We were talking about decay, Mr. Speaker, sir, in a set of circumstances where the hospital, while we would have been in opposition, Mr. Speaker, sir, we would have known that there were at least 3, if not 4 occasions where the hospital would have literally come to a standstill, only emergency surgeries being conducted because of the state of affairs in the hospital. And all of these things, Mr. Speaker, cried out, and more. All of these and more cried out for redress. I didn't even get to the schools and the roads yet. And the other point that the Prime Minister made at the time, Mr. Speaker, sir, was that the burden of the adjustment that was necessary could not possibly fall on the same set of people upon whom it had fallen during the 8 to 9 years of Democratic Labour Party misrule. Because of the fact, sir, that the people of Barbados simply could not take any more pressure and any more of the burden. And the point was then made that, especially with respect to taxation, a lot of this burden would have to be shared by the international community. And it was then, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the voices were raised in objection, how the sector would not be able to deal with that. Nobody had done it before. We never tried to do it that way, etc., etc. As though they did not get the very vital point that 2 times, almost 3 times, the amount of visitors to Barbados, the amount of 2 or 3 times the population of Barbados constitute visitors to Barbados who come to our shores, who participate, Mr. Speaker, sir, in the use of our services, in the use of the public infrastructure, the same public infrastructure to which I just alluded, which is in a dire, or was in a dire state of decay and disrepair. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the initiatives that were presented to the House back in June last year would have been, in that context of including the international community, an airline travel and tourism development fee, which would have seen passengers flying outside of CARICOM, Mr. Speaker, paying 35 United States dollars. Sorry, within CARICOM paying 35 United States dollars and outside of CARICOM 70 United States dollars as a departure tax. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, sir, the introduction of a room rate levy. And prior to the introduction of that levy, hotel rates in Barbados in terms of the VAT contributed was 7.5%, and the proposal was to move from that 7.5% to 15% on the 1st of January 2020. The levy, sir, was seen as an interim measure to take us to that point. As we all know, during the period of time that we have had that levy, since that levy was announced, the sector has had an opportunity to reflect, not only with me, but also with the Minister of Finance. And the Minister of Finance, in her last budgetary presentation, would have made certain adjustments to that, which she would have articulated on the 11th of June last year. And the levy, Mr. Speaker, as it was then articulated, would have been on luxury hotels at the rate of 10 United States dollars per room per night, on A-class hotels at the rate of $5.50 US per room per night, and on B-class hotels at the rate of $2.50 per room per night. Then, in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, sir, we introduced a product levy on all direct tourism services, and that was at 2.5%. And finally, a shared accommodation levy, and this really spoke to a gaping omission in the tax structure, sir, which I will speak to a little bit now, because it is important for us to understand that for many, many years, Barbadians have taken their properties and have gone online and have offered those properties out for rent internationally. That's been happening for a long time. And people would come from all around the world, and they would rent a room or two, or in fact, in some cases, Mr. Speaker, rent a whole house. And the online facility is done via myriad facilitating engines. Airbnb, Flipkey, HomeAway, there are a number of them, Mr. Speaker. So a new one crops up almost every month. But what we never did was to find a way to bring into the tax net those people who were operating those facilities for the purposes of commercial rental, so that they were part of the tourism product of Barbados, sir, but they were not registered so to do. They were not paying any taxes in the process of doing so. Quite frankly, the jurisdiction, and this was one of the larger concerns that we have had, and I will speak to it substantively as I go on, the jurisdiction, when that doesn't happen, is left exposed, because part and parcel of registration means that the product authority, the tourism product authority, knows of your existence. They know that you're in the pool, and therefore their inspectorate, knowing about you, has an opportunity to visit you and to make sure that that which you are doing is being done in accordance with certain minimum basic standards. If you do not do that which you are doing in accordance with certain basic standards, sir, the difficulty for the reputation of the jurisdiction is this: the destination can get an ugly image. All it takes is for one person or two to go into a place, let us say for argument's sake, in Sunset Crest in my constituency, and find that the rooms are improperly maintained, and that the bathroom facilities are poor, and that the bed and mattress in what it should be, etc., etc. And Mr. Speaker, sir, then the destination's image gets a black eye because of the fact that you pay good money to come on vacation in Barbados, but you didn't get what you expected. So that as part of the oversight, and I know the argument has been that, especially with these online accommodation services, that the market tends to do its own regulation because people go back and they write their comments online. But sir, the truth of the matter is that don't stop it. That doesn't stop the problem. And though this is not the time, Mr. Speaker, sir, for me to go down this particular road, I use this speech from this place this evening to serve notice to those people who have erstwhile, in previous debates, been called clients of some people who are to be found around this house, that the standard, Mr. Speaker, sir, of that which we offer to the public, to the world, the standard has to be across the board acceptable. And for too long, there has been a view held by a narrow few in Barbados that this country can accommodate a set of circumstances in which government continues to turn a blind eye to people who want to offer tourism product in this country as though they are running rogue and renegade establishments. It will not work, sir. It will not work. This is not, I ain't come here for that debate today. There will be a time when I deal with that matter. But in view of all that we have heard, I want to say, sir, you know, that sometimes that which is said to glitter don't be gold. And when we're talking about the reputation of the jurisdiction, and in an age where people go online and they tell you what their experience of Barbados was, the place where they stayed was wonderful. It was an unbelievable experience. I woke up every morning to find like it was like paradise. And when you get the exact opposite, behold, the pool had a moss. The windows in the room were broken out. That happens in this country, and it cannot be allowed to continue. And that is why the issue of bringing people into the net so that they can be registered, so that the inspectorate can come and pay them some visits, so as to make sure that whatsoever you are, whatever category you're at, if you're at luxury or if you're at a simple house that is being offered for tourism purposes, that there has to be some minimum standard, that you're not seen to be gouging the consumer, because the consumer has rights. And that's not just to say the international consumer either, because unfortunately some of these establishments are offered to Barbadians as well. So it got to be good enough for basic standards of humanity. Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, the proposal with regard to the shared accommodation was that we would use the technology which now exists for us to collect taxes online, and that there would be a 10% shared accommodation levy on all fees charged for shared accommodation. And that shared accommodation, as I said, sir, is the shared economy concept of flip key, home away, Airbnb, etc. Now, sir, I should also say to the House that, you know, for many reasons, I am pleased that this piece of legislation had to come, and that the Prime Minister, in her wisdom, took the measures, brought the measures that she did a year ago. And the reason why I'm pleased, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that it gave me an opportunity to go down to granular detail as to how some aspects of the accommodation sector were in fact performing or not performing, and how the regulatory environment was performing. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, sir, an opportunity to test the adequacy of the regulatory environment. And that is really what this speech and this debate must be about this evening. Now, sir, let me start by saying that in the shared accommodation sector, as I said, there are many players. And perhaps the most responsible of them all, the most, you speak of companies being good corporate citizens. The corporate citizen which most impresses me is Airbnb. I came to the ministry, sir, and found that Airbnb had written to my predecessor a year and a half before I got there, offering to put an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, together, which both parties would sign, and which would facilitate the collection of taxes from their customers who are here in Barbados doing an Airbnb-type shared accommodation. So that, in other words, Mr. Speaker, sir, wherever there was a house or a property that was on the Airbnb market, Airbnb know about them. And they're saying to the then government, look, we are prepared to have a memorandum of understanding so as to help you collect money. All you have to do is to say what it is that you want to be collected. And this is a Barbados, sir, where, as I just told you, we were going through financial decay and decline. And the people come and say, well, listen, we are prepared to have a memorandum of understanding with you so that you can do the collections. So we can do the collections and pass the money on to you. And, sir, it would be remiss of me to say otherwise, other than but the truth. That offer essentially lay dormant. Essentially lay dormant with no movement. Because it seemed as though there was no sense of urgency in the last administration, even when a revenue stream was offered to follow through on the revenue stream. Because as the Prime Minister rightly said back in June, there was a simple willingness to place all of the financial burden on the backs of the Barbadian people, full stop. But that can't be good enough. And so therefore, sir, let me speak first of all to the MOU, because that has to some extent been overtaken now by that which the Ministry of Finance has brought to the House last year. But the MOU now, sir, I was able to bring in their representative for the region and sit him down in my office, and we've come to agreement, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the approach that we will now take is one in which there will be, in the shared accommodation sector, an opportunity for us to shape the memorandum of understanding, or rather reshape, because they actually sent in a draft memorandum of understanding to the last government. They actually submitted a draft memorandum of understanding. So we've now decided, sir, that we're reshaping this memorandum of understanding, because collection of taxes is not such a big thing anymore, and I will say why. But partnership with good corporate citizens is the big thing, and that is really what we are seeking. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are looking at going into an arrangement with Airbnb in what they call their open homes program, where in the event, God forbid, heaven forbid, that we are struck, for example, with a major storm, and you have an emergency of some sort nationally, that we can temporarily share available space in homes, which are Airbnb properties. So that as long as they're in good condition and there's space, that we can house people temporarily. And it helps us, sir, to take a little bit of pressure off of how we deal with not only the visitor community, but also the local community who might be dislocated. And it is that kind of mutually beneficial discussion that we are now having with that entity. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, more specific to the question of taxation, after the Prime Minister had stated the policy, we then did the due diligence to go into the international community, and the Leader of the Opposition would be happy to hear this, because he wants to know whether that which we do is done transparently. I don't know why you would feel it changed, because, sir, we didn't change. We are still the way we were. He changed. We didn't change. It's he who changed. And he was with us all the time that we were talking the language of transparency, sir. All of us had the same page. Same book, same page, and then all of a sudden he changed. I want to know if we still are where we were. Well, why wouldn't we be? The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, however, that we went out there in a worldwide RFP, and we had found, Mr. Speaker, a company which is capable of intercepting transactions online and taking the 10% for the government, so that there is therefore no longer a difficulty in securing the revenue for the online transaction in the shared accommodation sector. So that we have brought now, sir, and I think that contract would have been awarded either at the 1st of April or the end of April. But we are now in a position where today we can intercept those transactions, identify, intercept, take the 10% that is due for the government, and that is on behalf of the Barbados Revenue Authority. So they have come into the tax net for the first time, Mr. Speaker. The room rate levy, pursuant to the Provisional Collection of Taxes Act, as you know, sir, Chapter 85 of the Laws of Barbados, the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, speaks in the budget, and she gives a time for the levy to begin. The room rate levy was set to begin on July 1st, 2018, and it commenced on July 1st, 2018. The product development levy was set to commence again on July 1st, 2018. That too commenced on July 1st, 2018. And the shared accommodation levy, sir, that was the one that had to go past the set start date. The start date for that was the 1st of August 2018. As I said, we did the due diligence. We went out there for an RFP. We had to identify a company that was able to do that which we needed to be done. That having been done, we were able, sir, to put those arrangements in place last month, and so therefore that too is now in motion. And with regard to the room rate levy, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm going to go through all of these details because I want my friend, the Leader of the Opposition, not to be in a salty mood anymore. I want him, sir, to be comfortable that the government is doing all the things that he wants the government to do. And with respect to the room rate levy, Mr. Speaker, sir, as I said, it is now applicable to all of the categories of hotels. Now, I'm sure that I perhaps should draw the distinction. The luxury hotel, Mr. Speaker, sir, is simply a hotel that would have a 24-hour room service facility, 24-hour front desk, one or two of the other, distinguishing multiple restaurants and so on and so forth, multiple bars, those distinguishing factors. Those that do not come to quite that high a standard are the A-class hotels, and I think we all know what the B-class hotels would be. They're largely, for example, the smaller hotels, the intimate group, etc. And they are all now, Mr. Speaker, sir, part of the process. Now, this act applies, sir, to any person to whom or who provides or supplies any tourist accommodation or direct tourism service to a visitor or to a citizen of Barbados. The application and administration of the levies is demarcated at Clause 3 of the bill. The Barbados Revenue Authority shall be responsible for the administration of the Act and for the assessment, collection, and recovery of the room rate levy, the product development levy, and the shared economy levy. And so, Mr. Speaker, let me pause here to make a larger point, that the application and administration of this Act, for the first time in this country's history, now builds a link between the Ministry of Tourism, specifically the Tourism Product Authority, and the Barbados Revenue Authority. Before, they functioned as two silos, part of one government, but the BRA did not necessarily know who was registered with the BTPA, or if you were registered with the BTPA. So the Barbados Tourism Product Authority may not have registered you, but you may be in the tourism business, and you operating under their radar. And for reasons best known to you, and I will go into that later, you may feel it is wise to set up a company, and your company will then pay some VAT, and then you will be in a position to get refunds on the VAT and other benefits that might arise in other sections of the tax law of Barbados. And the BTPA don't even know that you're in the tourism business. And that is why I say, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am glad that we had a chance now to come to more granular detail and analysis of how this whole system was working. And that is part of the benefit of that which was done last June. There is now a mandatory requirement for registration and a mandatory connection between the registrant and the Barbados Revenue Authority. So the operators must be registered, operators must be known, operators must be traceable. And Mr. Speaker, sir, prior to this, the matter of regulating tourism accommodation in Barbados was really a very cursory and casual process set up in some regulations dated back to 1982, which in my view, sir, are now capable of being defined as bordering on obsolete. And I am going to go into that in some detail. The consequence of that cursory process, Mr. Speaker, sir, the 1982 approach, was that you were, as I said, capable of being in the tourism business, tourism accommodation business, without at the same time submitting yourself to the oversight of the Barbados Revenue Authority. Needless to say, that is not a desirable position, because if you're in the business, the Revenue Authority should have an idea of what you're doing. Otherwise, you're really freelancing and doing your own thing and pocketing money, and you are part of a tourism pool benefiting from the state's input in terms of marketing globally, et cetera, but your return to the state is literally nothing. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, to help you to understand the extent to which this approach has benefited this country, I have, sir, to share with you a little bit of the data. The total registered tourism accommodation in Barbados prior to the implementation of tourism levies. This is the registered accommodation prior to the implementation of the levies in June 2018. And these figures would be taken as at January 1st, 2018. 63 hotels, 67 apartments, 23 guest houses, 153 establishments, Mr. Speaker, sir. Since the implementation of the levies in July 2018, newly registered tourism accommodation escalated. Why did it escalate? Because of the fact, as I said, that for the first time, there's now a linkage between the revenue, so that the taxman over yonder, Mr. Speaker, sir, knows who is and who is not in the tourism business. And there's consequences for not registering. So that since the implementation of the levies, we've registered 3 hotels, 278 apartments, 2 new guest houses, 266 villas, and 233 properties deemed to be other vacation rentals, which, Mr. Speaker, sir, will be the shared accommodation people that I just referred to that are under the Home Away and Airbnb and Flipkey, etc. So that those new establishments registered since this time last year would have been 782, sir, coming into the tax net, and a total new quantity of rooms, 2,192, that are now taxable, now capable of being inspected and held to a certain standard, but which prior were completely, to all intents and purposes, unknown to the Crown. I have no reason to believe, Mr. Speaker, that all these now built in the last year. Now, the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that, as I said to you, registration is of critical importance to the image and reputation of a destination. If you are in the business of providing accommodation, there has to be an understanding that there have to be minimum standards, a point beyond which we do not go. And you pay a registration fee so as to be able to help finance an inspectorate, which, small though it is, must be able to go out there and make sure that the standards that uphold the image and name and reputation of the jurisdiction are being maintained. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is also important for the purposes of the revenue, because if a man in register, chances are he has gone under the radar and is doing his business without the taxman knowing either. And when we come to talking about registering 200-odd villas, 260-something villas, Mr. Speaker, sir, understand that a villa, if it is most villas are lovely properties. Many of these villas can, and certainly in West Coast prices, attract $60,000 to $100,000 a week in the winter season. That's the kind of money that we're talking about. And therefore, the revenue cannot be excluded from processes of this nature. Now, Mr. Speaker, a strategic evaluation of the 1982 regulations reveals that there are a number of critical concerns that we have to talk about. And when we were discussing the last bill, sir, I said I didn't want to have to speak twice, so I could speak now. The first issue, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the question of inventory. The past 20 years, sir, the past 20 years has seen only 6 new investments in Barbados, in either new or fully renovated hotel projects. That's over the last 20 years. And they collectively, sir, accounted for 1,000 rooms. Now that must be contrasted with the same period, the last 20 years, sir, where inventory in 1989 would have been around 6,700 rooms. In 2015, Mr. Speaker, sir, we were down to 5,900 rooms. So that we contrast in terms of our inventory performance sharply with the other countries of the southeastern Caribbean, whose inventory has been going up rather than going backwards, going down. And this is a point, sir, that the country don't talk about or has not discussed. It became glaringly apparent to me that we had challenges during this phenomenal first quarter that we've just had. When we had Cricket World Cup, not Cricket World Cup, when we had the English, it was like Cricket World Cup, when we had the English team here for Test cricket, when there were nights, Mr. Speaker, sir, during that time that they played in Barbados, where you could not find a hotel room in this island. And the fact of the matter is, sir, that we are still, though there has been growth, and we are now moving in the correct direction, we are still recovering from a period when this country failed to attract the level of investment in the sector that it should properly be attracting in its lead sector, so as to see inventory and room stock drop from 6,700 rooms 20-odd years ago to 5,900 around 2015. And Mr. Speaker, sir, that takes us right back to the point that the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central made earlier today. This is the reason why last month we held an investment conference in Barbados. Because the lead sector, Mr. Speaker, so if we're going to do this tourism business seriously, and it is our lead sector, then the lead sector must demonstrate an ability to lead. The nonsense that was taking place at Sam Lord's Castle, sir, is the most glaring example of where we have been going wrong in tourism. Well, if you have a property with the history and heritage of Sam Lord's Castle, if you have, Mr. Speaker, a property that sits on one of the most beautiful cliffs on the southeastern coast of this island, with the spacious size that it has, and that property cannot attract private sector investment, but it must be carried along by government to rebuild it, then, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are hopelessly going wrong. It tells you that structurally, in terms of the Barbados economy and the way in which Barbados' tourism is functioning, that something had to have been radically wrong. And that is the reason why government feels confident now, sir, that we are in a position to walk away from that, recoup such funds as have been spent, but, sir, put that property in the hands of private development. And don't tell me, sir, that the rugged East Coast is something that you can't invest in because of the fact that it is too rugged and wind-blown, etc., etc. That may have been true in 1960. But right next door, sir, right next door, there's a, Doyle, he's a Canadian? Mr. Doyle is a Canadian? American? Canadian? A Canadian expat at Crane, just down the road, who has a very successful build-out, and even as we speak, they're doing expansions on that. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I say that to say that the issue of putting investment into a new context and looking seriously at the way in which we do tourism investment in Barbados is critically important. Part of what the Attorney General referred to with respect to the strip of coast from Savannah, going all the way back down through town and back out, sir, to Four Seasons, is another example. We have 2 kilometers or more along that stretch, sir, maybe about 3 or 4 kilometers actually, of some of the most beautiful coastline to be found anywhere in the southeastern Caribbean. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that you do not realize return on investment. You're not going to realize your potential in terms of tourism investment if you continue to maintain a situation in which prized beachfront property is a car park or rundown buildings, abandoned warehouses, abandoned old buildings, desolate, destitute buildings, sir, that have remained in that state of affairs since 1930s, 40s, 50s, since Adam was a lad. In some instances, sir, in Bay Street, I passed properties as a little boy, 5 or 6 years old, that are in the same condition today as they were then, maybe a little bit worse. So, Mr. Speaker, that can't work. And that is why the investment conference was held last month. And as the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central said earlier today, sir, you can identify easily about 12 potential signature investments. And you don't just say, well, we have the land there. You have to go globally, as we did, find potential developers, as we did, bring them here, give them an opportunity to have a look and see. And then, sir, we now have to work on the question of what we do to rationalize concessions. Because the other part of our problem, sir, has been that the whole arrangement for developmental concessions in the tourism sector went hopelessly awry and have never been rectified when the last administration decided to walk the plank. Go out where nobody had gone before. And then, sir, throw the whole thing into turmoil. Because obviously you have had hotels here which stood the test of time, kept Barbadians employed, did all the things that they could do to be good corporate citizens, and then along comes a different entity, non-Barbadian, enters the marketplace, get everything that he could possibly want, Mr. Speaker, sir, creates disequilibrium. People will automatically cry out, well, that's unfair. I mean, Mr. Speaker, sir, you wouldn't know this because you are not. I have never heard you being accused of being a worthless man. I certainly, sir, I only have heard it myself. I have no personal knowledge. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is like having a partner who has been with you for a long time. All of a sudden, they're seeing gold and diamonds on a new person's hand and around the neck.
Honourable Member, you said that you have been noticed as that?
I said what, sir?
You were saying that you were noticed as that?
I have no personal evidence. I have no personal knowledge.
That means that you were noticed using the term. You were using the term for yourself, sir? I mean, if it was rhetorical, I wonder if you were making a rhetorical statement, sir? I was just wondering if you were making...
You know, Mr. Speaker, sir, you're being uncharacteristically unfair to me because...
No, just ask if you were making a rhetorical statement, sir.
I began by making an exculpatory statement, sir.
Right, so
which
ought not to have been made. No, sir, a statement which ought not to have been made in the first instance.
Anyhow, sir, I press on. But it is like that. It is like a new person arrives and that person is bestowed with all the jewelry and all the good treatment. Well, how that could happen? So that is the equivalent of what transpired with Sandoz. And the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that it is an almighty struggle to rectify, to rebalance the situation. And there will have to be, in my judgment, a complete reassessment of what we do in terms of concessions, especially as we go forward to look towards attracting brand new investments of a major nature in Barbados. It is also the reason, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, sir, why again the Prime Minister has to be congratulated for making the move to speedily make adjustments to our town and country planning legislation. Because the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that again we have tied our own hands in terms of potential for physical development. You can't realistically expect that in a Barbados of 20 2018, 2019, and beyond, that you can have people come in to spend money on an investment in a hotel where they're told, I can't go beyond 6 or 7 stories. When the reality is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that they could take that same investment in terms of cash and spend it somewhere else in the Caribbean and be allowed to get far more rooms in terms of getting a return on their investment than they could get if they did it in Barbados. Well, if you could build 15 stories, sir, in another island, why would you choose to come here and do 6 or 7? The reality is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that there are some things that we are not going to ever be able to change, and we should not change. I make this point very seriously. Our labor costs in Barbados are what they are because our people enjoy a standard of living that must be maintained. We must protect that standard of living. But the reality is that if you were in the Northern Caribbean, the Dominican Republic, Jamaica, etc., sir, 200 United States dollars would be a waitress's monthly salary. In Barbados, sir, that is going to be approximately 1,200 Barbados dollars, would be 600 US dollars. So that we know already we can't compete on price. So we must be able to compete, Mr. Speaker, sir, on other platforms. The value for money, an opportunity to get return on investment by way of not constraining the size of the investment. There is no good reason why, if you build sensibly in an architecturally sensitive way, that we could not allow buildings to be taller, Mr. Speaker, sir. The Prime Minister was right when she made the point in the last budget as well about the gaming tables. Because again, that is another way in which we restrain our capacity to attract certain magnitude of investment. There are some people out there who will pay $500 million to put down a hotel. But they do so in the certain knowledge, Mr. Speaker, that if they were able to have gaming tables operated, and yes, operated in a way that removes any threat to the social fabric of Barbados, so that you conduct the gaming in US currency denominations, but automatically 90% of Barbadians ain't gonna be able to do that. That you have to be a member of the club. And to be in the club, sir, you gotta be booked as a guest in the hotel for 2 nights or more. And in a mega investment, sir, as we know, as we have seen in some on the West Coast, though that could be 700 or 1,000 US dollars a night, when nobody in particular ain't going to do that. So you protect the Barbadian social fabric, but at the same time you allow those people who get on a plane, charter a plane from Texas, oil main, to go and do what they wish to do on a gaming table in the Bahamas, who go and do what they wish to do at a gaming table in the Dominican Republic, and spend $5 or $6 million in a weekend and come along back up the road. Because that is where they hang their hat. That is a lifestyle they can afford. But Mr. Speaker, sir, if we exclude ourselves from it, then we so stymie our options, so limit our options that we cannot compete equally. And therefore, our potential investors say, can I get the return on investment that I want? These are things that should, and I maintain, sir, must be discussed in this country, because it frees us from the shackles of underdevelopment and underperformance in the tourism sector. And Mr. Speaker, sir, to go back to the question of the room stock, part and parcel of what we have been looking at, sir, is that the reality is that in the last 15 years, for example, 15 years prior to 2015 saw the build of 1 new hotel. 1 new hotel prior to 2015. And that was Marriott Courtyard, which really and truly is not a major property. Glad for it, but it ain't a major property. So that, Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue that we had to look at began there, or begins there. But it goes further. As I said to you, sir, the total registered rooms in tourism accommodation at the 1st of January 2018 was 63 hotels, 67 apartments, and 23 guest houses. And we brought in subsequently, sir, new categories, villas, for example. All of a sudden, a rush to register them. 1,105 villa bedrooms have been registered, 266 establishments. Other vacation rentals, sir, 233 properties with the shared accommodation sector, a total of 520 rooms. But, sir, the critical issue is that transparency must exist. And in the villa sector, for example, we have had situations, sir, where the villas, which are essentially luxury homes, register for VAT and pay VAT at 7.5%, but then claim VAT because they say, well, for example, you do a refurbishment, so you claim the inputs on the refurbishment, and they claim at a rate as if it was 17.5%. So that every year, on average, you're owing them. And, Mr. Speaker, sir, you're owing the Treasury finds itself in a position where it may be paying, what, maybe $5 million or so on average in those circumstances. But that situation, sir, is worsened when you recognize that the villas, once they are in the tourism business for at least 9 months, are also entitled to land tax rebates, or had been in the past entitled to the land tax rebate at 25%, sir. But if you register with the BTPA, and we don't know in the BTPA that you're in the business, there's no inspector coming there at your door in June when the season is a little slow, or in September, October, when the season's slow, in those trough periods, sir. Nobody's coming to make sure that you are still in the tourism business and that you are in fact doing 9 months a year. But yet still you can go to a completely different arm of government and make a representation and benefit from the representation in the form of your VAT, in the form of your land tax, Mr. Speaker, sir. But you cannot verify. There was a president of the United States who used to say that you had to verify. Ronald Reagan. You had to verify. Trust but verify. Yes. You trust that these folks are good, noble, and true, but you got to verify. But if you have never registered with me, sir, I can't verify nothing. And part and parcel of what this is now revealing, and what has been revealed since the introduction of these levies, is the fact that these are issues now which cause us now to reflect on the validity and the value of the regulatory standards legislation, which really is regulations from as far back as 1982. And the other reality is, Mr. Speaker, so that in terms of what you pay, you're paying $14 for a hotel, $14 to register a hotel per bedroom, $7, sir, to register a guest house and an apartment. And as I said to you, Mr. Speaker, sir, the truth is that you need to have an inspectorate. That money really should cover the work that an inspector or inspectors are going out there and doing. And we all know that you can't get an inspector to do a day's work at $14, sir. Who are we fooling? So this thing now needs seriously to be rethought and reconsidered within the context of the era, the age that we now live in. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I say to you that there is now, in my judgment, is a time where we must move aggressively in this direction, and certainly that is where my ministry is at. We are fortunate that even beyond the investment conference that we just had, we are already being made aware of certain expenditures which are planned for this year, which suggests to me that there is a growing return of confidence in the private sector with respect to the tourism sector. There's an entity, sir, which is prepared to spend $30 million on renovations. There are a few who have already reported to the Barbados Hotel Association their plans, so that if they have to have temporary closure or partial closure, sir, the Hotel Association would be aware of what is taking place. And to share with you, Mr. Speaker, briefly, you have like Cobbler's Cove, looking at doing a $2 million expansion. Sugar Bay, and $1 million expansion. Bougainvillea, 1.4 million. These have been notified to the Barbados Hotel Association, sir, so that you can put it in your planning as you are bringing people to the country. Sugarcane Club, a $2 million, and so on. So that, Mr. Speaker, sir, there is evidence within the sector of a return of confidence. And above and beyond that, either later this month or next month, we expect to have the opening of a Bida by Accra, which will be right in front of Miami Beach. There is Hotel Indigo, which replaces the old Caribbean Hastings. The intention is to completely knock down the Caribbean and build a new property there. Hotel Indigo is part of the Intercontinental Group. And again, that is probably going to be around 170 rooms, Mr. Speaker, sir. We already spoke today about the Hyatt. I referenced the Wyndham just now, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the Prime Minister in the budget spoke to the question of the beaches. And in those three cases, sir, well, sorry, the last two, the Wyndham and beaches, those are works in progress that still require some nuts and bolts being negotiated and worked out. But the larger point is this, Mr. Speaker, that this piece of legislation helps take us a significant way down the road in terms of guaranteeing that we do better for the country by way of the collection of revenues in the lead sector. I make the point repeatedly. The lead sector must demonstrate a capacity to lead. It cannot so do, or cannot do so, if it is not bringing in the revenue that it must drive. And part of what we have recognized now, Mr. Speaker, since having brought these measures, or having instituted these measures, we are now legislating them, is that there were certain loopholes in the system that urgently needed now to be plugged. And that the linkage between the Revenue Authority and the tourism sector had to be closed. And that, sir, has now been done. And I'm satisfied that going forward, Mr. Speaker, sir, we should be on a much more sound and strong financial footing. I am obliged to you, sir, and I would want to move that this bill be read a second time.
Honourable for St. Philip North.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. As usual, I want to lend my 2 cents worth to the debate in support of the Honourable Minister of Tourism and International Business. I want to look at it from a different light to some extent. Maybe 2 weeks ago, the Honourable Minister had asked me about interesting places in St. Philip North and how we could improve the tourism product. Truth is, if I must be honest, I was born and bred in St. Philip North, and I was unaware of a lot of the sites that we have. And if we are to push and get back into tourism as our business and take tourism seriously, we have to offer these people that are paying the extra levies and so on, we have to offer them a good product. And the truth is, St. Philip North, and by extension St. Philip, is one of the areas that we have not explored enough in my estimation. About 2 weeks ago on a Saturday, I took the day off. You would have been proud of me, Mr. Speaker. I donned my hat and sneakers and t-shirt and jean pants, got about 8 other people with me, and after speaking to some of the elders in the community, we set off to find the places of interest in St. Philip North that I could report back to the Honourable Member for St. James Central. And I want to share some of that with you. Pity I did not have a projector to show you what I mean. But we started off in the area near Sam Lord's Castle that the Honourable Minister mentioned not so long ago. Yes, the hotel is not ours anymore, but I think an area like that is deserving of some sort of monument. It cannot die with the merry men singing about Sam Lord's, how he lured the ships onto the, to the land. we need to keep that story alive. It's one of the places that I always, once we have visitors from abroad, Daddy always took us over to Sam Lord's Castle, and it was fun listening to the whole story of what he did as a pirate to get these people on the land. We cannot let that go. We moved across, well, by car. We didn't hike this part to Ragged Point Lighthouse, which I have mentioned already, and I won't dwell on that much, except to say it's one of these areas that has a beautiful sight. You can see almost the entire East Coast from that end. It's a good area to develop as a picnic spot. This is a lighthouse that was built in 1875 and is worth recognizing. On foot, we hiked across to what many members know of the name, but not many members would have seen it, Culpeper Island. Culpeper Island is still there with a single coconut tree as usual. Beautiful spot. The Honourable Member mentioned the hotelier for the crane he's developing in that area, but some of the coastline is still ours. And I think it is worth having a look. Honourable Member for St. James Central, maybe we can go one of these days if you could find a pair of sneakers. I think it's worth having a look with respect to developing the area even as a picnic spot, so that tourists can feel what us Philippines have been feeling for a little while. And the 220 by 75 foot piece of land is no Bahamas or anything, but it's still there. Once the tide is low, you can move across to the island itself. So St. Philip North has a lot. We took to Skeets Bay. The somewhat forgotten bay is still there. Unfortunately, it was left to ruin. In fact, the only thing that's probably helping it to keep up is the brand new sign for the Ministry of the Blue Economy. And you see shamefully so, the solar-powered panels are falling off the roof. It's a pity that they could not have been saved, but we are not to blame for that. But we can go about fixing it. I am curious to see what plans we have for the development of Skeets Bay Market. Speaking to some of the nearby residents, some of them are in favor of developing the fish market again, and probably to another level. Develop the fish market. Maybe we can add a cafe, just to give you some of my suggestions. It could be an area where tourists can actually see more or less prep to product, where people catch the fish, bring it in. You can actually witness preparation of fish and then enjoy the product for a cost, of course. Then this is an area, I think I ventured there once ever, a spring in Fortescue, where I am guessing that the Fortescue plantation was in that area. I think it's one of the areas that, thinking like a tourist, I would enjoy hiking through there. We went off the beaten path into the bush. Of course, the black-bellied sheep were there to look at. A few fowl cocks were running around. The Rastafarians have that area developed beautifully. And if we are to develop that, we really can't exclude them. It's now an oasis of fruit trees and a spring. And you can see remnants of the slave baths in this area. Obviously, would have been hundreds of years old. They still stand. You can see remnants of the wall of the plantation and almost imagine the labor that went into it by our slaves. These are things we need to keep alive. We went over to Tree Houses Park. I made an attempt to find, I heard that there was a cholera grave over there. We made an attempt to find it, but could see no evidence. And this is an era in the life of Barbados from 1854 when cholera killed out a quarter of the population at the time. And I think there are some areas on the island that it was commemorated. St. George by the glebe, I think, is one. And I think we can do a lot to recognize that people died. And out of that came the introduction of piped water, as seen by the water fountain in Hero Square to commemorate that. There's also Bailey's Plantation. Most of us now know about Bailey's Plantation after I think they had some program in that area to commemorate the Buster Rebellion, as it's called. It's now private property, but one could only imagine what it was like in 1816 on that Easter morning, where Buster, for want of a better name, we don't know, after he had planned this rebellion, one could almost see the plantations being burnt down simultaneously, set on fire, the cane fields, slaves fighting. I can imagine that for St. Philip North, where slaves are fighting to get freedom, where 1,000 of them, 400 strong, went to fight, but 1,000, almost 1,000 were killed. These are things that we need. These are stories that black people hate to love and white people love to hate, or the other way around, that we need to keep alive. Went over to the Quaker burial ground, which I only knew about when I was canvassing for elections 2 years ago, and I'm curious to know how many members in here actually know about it. It was refurbished lately in a small area in Church Village. You can almost miss it as you pass through. But it's not as big as maybe that desk, but it's beautiful. You can actually look through one of the windows and see, this is what, 300-year-old coffin and bones. And it has a history because many of our citizens, the Weeks, the Pilgrims, the Gittins, were starting in that area. The Quakers were people that helped the slaves, tried to help the slaves, helped them to read and advocated for their freedom. But of course, they moved away with time to the US. We also got to see St. Philip Parish Church, church built in 1670. Of course, we built after that, since then after fire. But there are many old graves in there, interesting to look at. But at the same time, as I said before, if you can ask for the room levy, which I agree with, we are registering the Airbnbs, but tourists like to become a part, even if for a minute, like to become a part of the Barbadiana, which we have. All that being said, we have to buttress these efforts with roads, which I know are coming. We have to buttress these with debushing and access to the disabled. Transport is important. This can open up opportunities for tour guides, once educated, taxi drivers, stall owners, whether it be selling souvenirs or food. We have talented people here. There's actually, if anybody remembers the pandanus, the wild cane, Pelican Village used to be the mecca for basket making. Why can't that come to St. Philip North or St. Philip? Airbnbs are alive and well. I don't know many of them, but they're alive and well in St. Philip North. And there's one in particular where tourists were happy to spend time at. I guess it felt rural and rugged. And it was basically a refurbished stable, and they were happy as larks in there. We can use these areas. We can even use the elderly like I did. I can imagine a tour where you could take tours once they're alive and talk to some of the elderly people so that they can share the history of the island. So it's worthwhile looking into an honorable member for St. James Central. I'm hoping one of these days you can take a walk or hike with me in these areas. It's good to offer tourists a valuable, memorable tourism product, and while supporting the amendment, the legislation, I want to push a little bit for the rest of the island, not only St. Philip, but I'm sure we have in almost all the parishes little jewels like this that we can market. These things look good to the tourists, and I will encourage it. Just a few words, Honourable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for St. Michael South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I just wish to, I rise, sir, to support the Honourable Member for St. James Central, and to just say a few words as it relates to tourism involving the people of St. Michael South and involving the ministry, sir. I have listened to the Honourable Member for St. Philip North as well in relation to Skeets Bay and to the lighthouse, both of which we have discussed before. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that when we came into office, we promised a new governance framework, and that everything we do in these kinds of affairs would be subject, sir, to a request for proposals, inviting other people who have an interest in areas or an interest in a development, whether it is tourism related or not, to submit a proposal and have that proposal evaluated, gauged for its fairness and the nature of how far thinking it is, sir, so that we can create the kind of Barbados that we all wish to live in. It is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the honourable member believes that all that there is at Skeets Bay now is a sign. Rightfully, though, she attributed the decay at Skeets Bay where it belongs, sir, which is that the last 10 years, there was absolutely nothing done at Skeets Bay. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, sir, Skeets Bay has remained closed to the fishermen, pretty much to the public, to the fish workers, sir. It now has a lot of interest, Mr. Speaker, sir, but that these things must be subject to requests for proposals. In fact, Mr. Speaker, sir, Skeets Bay is one of the most heavily impacted areas when it comes to the sargassum seaweed. It makes it, the people who now work in the fishing industry will tell you that most of them don't even think we should put Skeets Bay back into fishing. Most of them. And there's lots of people who have other interests in Skeets Bay, sir, but very shortly, and I have told the honourable member for St. Philip North, when we're in a position to talk, we'll talk. Very shortly, sir, we'll have to put Skeets Bay out for requests for proposals, and hopefully we would have a wide range of responses, including people who wish to use it for further development as a tourism destination, a tourism site. There are people who are interested in using Skeets Bay to develop, sir, sargassum, a wider understanding of the sargassum. Some who want to grow the algae, sir, at Skeets Bay. People who want to use Skeets Bay for training. People who want to use Skeets Bay for tourism. There are so many people interested in Skeets Bay. It is also fair to say, sir, that the records relating to Skeets Bay were very difficult to locate. In fact, the government operates, sir, in such a way sometimes, it is very interesting. We wrote, sir, to the Ministry of Agriculture at the time, then we wrote to get to Land Survey, sir, to get the plot plan for Skeets Bay. It was not available. So before we could put it out for requests for proposals, before we could have further conversation, it was necessary to figure out exactly where the boundaries were, sir. So that the work at Skeets Bay, and when it happens, sir, when the time comes for further conversation, the honourable member for St. Philip North would obviously be included, as I have said before. As I have said before. Mr. Speaker, sir, the honourable member and myself also visited East Point. We also visited the East Point Lighthouse. The work at East Point Lighthouse, Mr. Speaker, sir, we said the port, which has control of the lighthouses, was doing some renovations on the lighthouse. And those renovations, as we tore the place together, the renovations aren't finished, but we also said that we were willing to put East Point and some of the other lighthouses out for requests for proposals so that they would have different people who have an interest come in and have a fair chance at utilizing the space. But this has already been said, sir. This is known. So at the appropriate time, when all the facts are known, sir, when the time comes, we will invite the request for proposals so that everybody has a chance, sir, to be involved in the new Barbados that we wish to create. But Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to speak very quickly about that new Barbados. And the new tourists, sir, that Barbados must attract, sir, and the fact that in many cases our tourism product has not evolved as the tourists evolved. And what we offered, sir, in many ways, sir, has become somewhat irrelevant to the new tourists, sir. And that is why the honourable member for St. James Central is doing so much work to revitalize the tourism industry. There was a time, Mr. Speaker, sir, when men worked in factories, men and women. They spent considerable time lifting things, heavy things. The nature of work was such that people, at the end of the day, would have been physically exhausted because they were involved in doing physical work. And that many islands in the Caribbean became a destination where, after doing physical work for such a long time, you would come to the Caribbean to lie on the sand and to relax, read a book, enjoy the sun, perhaps drink a coconut without a straw. Mr. Speaker, sir, that became the tourism product, because at the time it was relevant, because the tourists of that time came to the Caribbean to sleep and to relax and to get away from it all. Over time, sir, the nature of work has also changed. So many people don't go to work now and lift heavy things. People go to work, they sit at a computer all day. They're on the internet, Mr. Speaker, sir. They're in offices. The nature of work has changed, but people still want to have a vacation. And Barbados is still the ideal place to go on a vacation. But they do not wish to come to Barbados now to lie on the sand and lie down and read a book. When people come to destinations like Barbados now, they want to have an experience, a real experience. And so we marketed ourselves for years as a destination of sand, sea, and sun. And you can come to the islands, relax. But people, sir, are not coming now to relax. People want to come and experience something. And it is that gap, sir, that chasm that exists, sir, between what we offered and what we now must offer, that presents the Honourable Member for St. James Central, sir, with tremendous opportunity, most of which he is grasping, sir. So that I believe when he's asking the Honourable Member for St. Philip North to find new and exciting tourism products, sir, it is all in keeping with the idea that we need to have a new and revised approach to how we understand tourism. And it is in that context, sir, that I feel now that we must offer a few new things. You know, Mr. Speaker, sir, in the earlier debate, I listened to the opposition leader, and the development, sir, that is coming to that stretch, a lot of it being tourist development, a great deal of that stretch, sir, is St. Michael South. As a matter of fact, a lot of the work occurring on the Carlisle Bay area, sir, is related to me, either as Member of Parliament or Minister responsible for the blue economy. And a significant amount of it, Mr. Speaker, sir, of that development is integral to where Barbados must go. There is a new Barbados. You know, years ago, Mr. Speaker, sir, there used to be a slogan on TV and on the radio, Barbados, just beyond your imagination. A beautiful Barbados just beyond your imagination. Sir, now we begin to imagine things for this country, sir, that are bigger than the imagination of some, sir. And I believe that in this term or the next, that this Labour Party government will come and bring to realization, sir, all these things that people believe are just beyond our imagination. For me, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am satisfied that the Honourable Member for St. James Central and the Prime Minister, sir, have done the right thing in terms of where we're going as a tourism destination. Because they're saying if you want to build out, you want to build new tourism products, you want to build new hotels, you got to take care of the surrounding areas. If you want to build a hotel in that lovely stretch of beach anywhere near Carlisle Bay, you got to do something for the people in the Bayland. You got to build a park. You got to clean up the streets. You got to build a community center. If you want to do a hotel in St. Michael South, you got to do something for the people in St. Michael South. Mr. Speaker, sir, that is the fundamental difference between our approach to governance and to planning and to building out and the approach, if you could call it that, sir, by the other government. It is a holistic approach, sir, that considers everybody and recognizes, sir, that people remain the foundation of any development plan in this country, Mr. Speaker, sir. So that our tourism product is no longer separated from the people. And there was a time, sir, when people were parading on TV almost in a joking manner. You see people in TV shows, sir, it irks me, pretending to have a Barbadian accent, treating people almost as if they're toys, Mr. Speaker, sir, dangling people. And we have changed that. You want to come and do business in Barbados, treat Barbadians like people, real people, sir. That stretch of development, sir, is important, and the difference between what we are saying and what they're saying, sir, is that we have been very consistent, you know. We said you must do a social impact assessment. We said you must do an environmental assessment. No development can happen unless you do those things. We haven't changed our mind. It is still the same. We were never opposed to development, sir, but we were opposed to the idea that you could come and do development and not do the right thing. That is what we oppose. Sir, so if you are doing the right thing, we would have to be a backward people, a backward, vindictive people to tell a man you can't develop. Know that you're doing the right thing because we said so, Mr. Speaker, sir. If a man is committed to doing the right thing, we are committed to working with the person, regardless. People over politics. It's been the nature of the way we've approached the government, Mr. Speaker, sir. And we've also said the way we procure must also be above board on all these things. So that our tourism products, sir, must reflect who we are. Everything that we do, sir, must reflect who we are as a people. And this is fundamentally important, Mr. Speaker, sir, because we are saying you have to care for the people, but you also have to care for the environment. Now, every study that has been done in tourism, every one will reflect, sir, the fact that tourists are willing to pay extra money, a little bit of something, if they believe that the money will go directly into making the environment right. Every study. And not that they're opposed to paying. If you can show what you are doing with the money, sir, if you can show that you are putting the money, sir, into tourism, environmental tourism, sir, then they're not opposed to it. So if we're asking for something else, sir, it is to be able to protect the environment. And many tourists have said they're willing to pay because they want to be able to see a nice reef like anybody else, recognizing that the reef is not only beautiful, but that it is a protective mechanism, sir. They want to come and see the sands remaining as beautiful as they are, Mr. Speaker, sir. So we must understand, sir, the changing nature of the people who are coming. We must understand the mental justification, sir, that they make now for their travels and how they wish to associate themselves with causes that are bigger than themselves. That is the nature of the new tourist. And we therefore have to build a tourism product that reflects that. And we are committed, sir, to doing it, sir, but that we must take along every single person as we do it, sir. So I envision for myself and for the country, sir, that when we start talking about these planning gains, that the fish market in town, Mr. Speaker, sir, when you want to build your nice hotels deep down in town, you got to take care of the fish markets too. And we are saying Barbados has no safe harbor. None. And if there is a major, unfortunate, natural event, sir, like a hurricane, all of the fishing boats are exposed. And we are having conversations, the Honourable Member for St. James Central will tell you, led by the Prime Minister, every time we're speaking to somebody, these are the things we're putting on the table. You want to build out Barbados, build out the fishing harbour. Do something for the people in the city there. Take care of Barbados. We were willing to work with you, but you got to work with us. It is new. It is different. And to compare us to anybody else, sir, it is short-sighted. The Prime Minister uses a phrase that I love, sir, when you say things that don't seem to fit the course of logic. She says it is the product of a confused mind. And sometimes we have to sit and subject ourselves to the product of a confused mind. Because there is no comparison between what we are proposing to do as a government in relation to where we are wishing to take this country and that which has been done before. There is none. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is different, and it is indeed very all-inclusive. And you know, Mr. Speaker, sir, if Barbados is to develop, if it is, I believe there has to be a time where leadership has to come to the fore. And I'm not talking about a role now. I'm not talking about an authority position now. I'm talking about real leadership. And you don't need a role to practice leadership. You don't need to be in this parliament to practice leadership. In fact, you could be in this parliament and not practicing leadership. Sir, this is just a role. And some people take a role and do a role. You can be in this parliament, sir, and not practicing leadership. Because, and you could be outside of it, sir, and practicing leadership. This country now screams out after 10 years of not having any leadership for real leadership. Pulling different groups of people together, sir, mobilizing people around very difficult challenges, sir, to come up with solutions. Where do we see Barbados in the next 10 years? Where do we see Barbados in the next 15 years? Where do we see Barbados in the next 20 years? And how do we help Barbados to get there? What are the tendencies that we are leaning towards, sir, that perhaps in the interest of our country that we must set aside to allow us to get there, sir? What is this new Barbados that we are seeking to build? And you know, Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a tourism bill, but everything we do in Barbados is about Barbadians first. I have a view that if we build a Barbados that Bajans love, the tourists can like it too. If we take care of Barbados, sir, for Barbadians, the tourists can take care of it too. That is how I see this, sir. And I will not, sir, get myself bogged down into any petty conversations about disliking how a presentation is made, disliking how a man uses words, sir. What is the substance of the debate? What is the substance of the debate? Sir, is this something that we wish to do or not? Do you support what we're doing or not? And fundamentally, sir, that is where we are. And I understand, Mr. Speaker, sir, don't get me wrong, I understand, sir, that on a debate in tourism, a debate in housing, a debate on the blue economy, on the cultural industries, that people will have to come and, you know, do what they think they have to do. I understand it, sir. But to what extent and at what expense, Mr. Speaker, sir? We have to build, Mr. Speaker, sir, a Barbados that reflects the new tourist, sir. We have to come up with exciting proposals. Like, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honourable Member for St. James Central and the Honourable Member for St. Philip West and we were talking about doing new things. So we want to do, the Honourable Member for St. James Central and I were talking about what can we do with the fish market to make the fish market a tourist attraction. So that when people leave the port and are walking along down to past Traverse Way and into town, they pass a tourist attraction. And they see people cooking fish head and doing different things and pulling out the melts and those things so that we take for granted, so that would blow the mind of a tourist. How do we incorporate that, sir, into our new tourism product? The Honourable Member for St. Philip West and myself, sir, we are talking about how do we use the water, sir, to have sports, new things in sports, sir. Canoeing, kayaking, all kinds of things. A new tourist, sir, demands a new approach to the way we do things. And Mr. Speaker, sir, very quickly before we close on the port, we said before we wanted to separate cruise and cargo. We said so. We want to have a Barbados, sir, and that nobody will stifle the growth of this country. Nobody in here, nobody out there, nobody in Barbados, nobody outside of Barbados, because we understand, sir, it is the right thing to do, and that we take in all Barbadians along with us. This is not a kind of development, sir, that is recorded in development literature, sir. The nomenclature of development refers to it as distorted development, where you take some and you leave behind some. This is not what we're doing. In the port, Mr. Speaker, sir, when we separate cruise and cargo, which we must do eventually, we have to do it eventually, because people could get off a nice, expensive cruise ship and be dodging potatoes and onions because they're competing with cargo ships. And we build out a nicer cruise terminal, sir. We separate the cruise and the cargo, Mr. Speaker, sir, as part of our plan for Barbados, but it does not end there. Because the cruise terminal, sir, as beautiful as it is, sir, is not the tourist attraction. We want to use that to invite people to the other tourist attractions. It's going to bring people here. They're going to say they had a good time. But we need to have new things, exciting things. Sir, the Honourable Member for St. Philip West, as is every other member, St. Michael West, sir, as is every other member in this chamber, is invited to tell us what opportunities exist in his community and constituency to involve the people, the local people, in this new tourism venture. That is, in my mind, the real leadership. What are the exciting opportunities, sir, for the people in the garden land? Sir, as I feel like I must find opportunities for people in Paddock and Britton Hill, how can I bring a whole set of tourists to enjoy the community that I represent, sir, and to spend some money there so that those people could eat the food like anybody else in this country? That is what, to me, leadership is in this new tourist. Sir, look, the days are done. And if we don't catch it, we will miss it, Mr. Speaker, sir, because all we have, sir, is a moment, and this moment is fleeting like that. The days are done where people want to come and lay down and sleep. People now, sir, post videos of themselves seeing when the hatchlings for the turtles run across, and they take the turtles and they take them back into the water and get 100 likes on Instagram, and they feel good, sir, because it is a new experience, but they're doing something that is fundamentally good. When I was on the beach, sir, there were boys who roast breadfruit from my constituency on Sundays on the beach. And the tourists passed and they had a roast breadfruit, and they took more pictures of that roast breadfruit than they ever took at Harrison Cave. Mr. Speaker, sir, there is a new tourist looking for new things. And it is our duty to find those new opportunities, Mr. Speaker, sir. So all of us, all 30 of us, are duty-bound to figure out what those new opportunities could be in our constituency, our respective constituencies, sir, and to take them forward. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, sir, as I close, this is not even now about money and how much money we should pay for this and how much money we shouldn't pay for that. You know, there used to be a logo on my former boss's desk, and it said, "You may hit the target and completely miss the point." Because sometimes they can hit the target and completely miss the point. Completely miss the point. And there are moments, sir, you know, I thank God every Tuesday that I have the opportunity to walk up these steps, sir, because God knows I never thought that I'd be here. And I am thankful to God for the opportunity. And then there are times, sir, when I sit here and I listen sometimes, and the level of disappointment that affects my soul when I hear the contributions, sir, being put forward by other people in matters that are so fundamentally important to the development of this country, Mr. Speaker, sir, affect me. And I would never, Mr. Speaker, sir, try to tell anybody what they should or should not do. But I also feel that we have a commitment, as I said before, sir, to our country that is bigger than ourselves. And that we must define ourselves in ways, sir, that are not situated solely and simply and simplistically in the roles that we now have, because these roles change over time. And at the end of the day, you will not evaluate yourself, sir, as the Honourable Minister of Maritime Affairs or the Honourable Minister of Tourism or the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. You will evaluate yourself, sir, by your name that your mother gave you, that the good Lord will judge you by when that day comes. Mr. Speaker, sir, independent of the role that you now occupy, we must not be pigeonholed by it. We must not be pigeonholed by it, Mr. Speaker, sir. So this, sir, at the end of the day, sir, is the new Barbados. This is the new approach. And for all that we have done, sir, we have been loyal to the principles, sir, of good governance. Loyal to them. Loyal to every word of it from the start. In ways that we didn't have to be. In ways that people who have a 30-love majority, 29-1 majority, would not necessarily do, sir. Because who we are, sir, is not judged by the position that we occupy in here. We articulated who we are in our covenant of hope. And Mr. Speaker, sir, as I close, at the end of the day, sir, I want to work to build out the blue economy with everybody. I believe the blue economy will make a new and perhaps, sir, a very exciting, unique addition, if we do it right, to the tourist product that we have. I am convinced, sir, that community tourism is going to be the way forward for Barbados, and that all of us, sir, have a role to play in this new tourism product, sir, that we are offering, and that we can make Barbados exactly what we said it would be, sir, a place just beyond your imagination. And with those words, sir, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise to join in the debate to support the bill before this honorable chamber. And I would like to use this opportunity as well, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate and to compliment the Minister of Tourism and certainly his team at the BTMI for what I would consider to be an outstanding job in many respects, Mr. Speaker. The matter before us, sir, is the room rate levy. And, Mr. Speaker, before I go into further details on that matter, I believe, sir, that consistent with the concept of sharing the burden, Mr. Speaker, that this measure is largely intended to ensure that not only the people in other sectors will contribute their fair share and those who benefit. But, Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity to ease, in many respects, the taxpayers and to shield them from having to contribute any further and pay any further taxes, sir. Mr. Speaker, I have to compliment the BTMI and the ministry, sir, because when you look at almost every performance indicator, it is clear to us that this government will come out of the winter season, as we refer to it, with performance unmatched, sir. But, Mr. Speaker, it would also have done very well, and that as a result of the initiatives being undertaken by the ministry and the BTMI, I think we can all reasonably conclude that the tourism sector is in safe hands, sir. And that is the message, sir, I want to convey today. And that, Mr. Speaker, I am advised that this measure will yield about $47 million. And that's a good thing, because we inherited a country underperforming, a country, Mr. Speaker, that needed a lot of work. And the taxpayer can't carry it all. And that is why I went back to the concept of sharing the burden, so that the taxpayers, and particularly those in St. Michael West Central, wouldn't have to pay any increases to carry another $47 million in taxes. So I salute the measure. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on a couple areas. And I want to compliment the government for having the vision and the foresight for hosting an investment conference most recently. I believe, sir, that it sent a message. And that message to the world, sir, was that Barbados is open for business in the tourism sector. You know, Mr. Speaker, we had a former administration that would tell you that they want to achieve so many hotels in so many years, Mr. Speaker. And when we looked at it, we know of their dismal record in tourism. But, Mr. Speaker, not only are we open as a government for business, but that the tourism conference would have set out clear parameters for the orderly development of tourism, sir, in what I call the city and urban areas of Bridgetown, sir. And, Mr. Speaker, the country must know that the tourism conference is another example of their government working hard, sir, on their behalf. And I say, sir, that when you think about what is about to happen in the city of Bridgetown. I refer to it as a strip, sir, because if you take the strip from Savannah and you come all the way along the coastline, and let's take it all the way to maybe Paradise or Bax Rocks, as we refer to the area. Mr. Speaker, that area represents a wonderful opportunity for the growth and development of tourism and subsidiary sectors that we've never seen in Barbados before, Mr. Speaker. Okay. Mr. Speaker, that strip, as I refer to it, will create extraordinary opportunities, not only for investors, Mr. Speaker, but it will create extraordinary opportunities for the city, for the people in the city of Bridgetown, sir. So, and I hope that the people of the city advance their cause to ensure that they gain from the tremendous economic and financial gains to be derived, sir. Mr. Speaker, the benefits from this trip, sir, must redound to the people of the city as well. And I know that they will redound to them in several ways, sir. Because, and surrounding areas, of course, because you will now have opportunities for the construction of businesses, including hotels, sir, so that there will be employment opportunities to be had by the people in the city of Bridgetown and generally in Barbados to participate in construction activities, sir, and that is a plus for Barbados. Mr. Speaker, when the hotels have been constructed, they will need people on a sustained basis to work and to contribute to their success, sir. And that is another employment opportunity that we will be creating for the people of Barbados, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you know, there's often a secret where people feel that hotel workers don't make a lot of money, sir. So, sir, but you know, hotel workers get a base wage, and they also get service charge. Mr. Speaker, if you had an opportunity, as I know you have, sir, to stay in a luxury hotel, an A-class or B-class hotel, sir, you will know the rates that you pay. But on top of those rates, especially where service charge is enforced, the workers benefit from a 10% on wages, so 10% on rooms and food and beverage, Mr. Speaker. And, sir, and if sometimes in the winter you can get a worker, sir, that will come very close to what a lot of people earn, sir. And it is a success story that a few people know in Barbados. So there will be good paying jobs, and that's my point, for the people in Barbados in the tourism sector on a sustained basis. Mr. Speaker, I can imagine that you will have opportunities for people, small people too, to have shops and restaurants and bars and other areas of business interests along, some people refer to it as a corridor, I call it a strip, sir. Opportunities will abound in Barbados thanks to the Barbados Labour Party. And Mr. Speaker, we need the investment. We need the investment because we need to build our foreign exchange earnings, Mr. Speaker. And if we build our foreign exchange earnings, we will also increase our foreign reserves, Mr. Speaker, and that is one additional benefit, Mr. Speaker, that will be derived from the development to come as a result of the Tourism Investment Conference in Barbados. Mr. Speaker, it is known that we earn about $1 billion or $1.2 to $1.3 billion from the tourism sector. But I envisage, Mr. Speaker, and is consistent with what we told the country, that we are going to build out tourism in such a fundamental way that we will realize tourism earnings upwards of $2 billion, Mr. Speaker, and it can be done. It can be done. Mr. Speaker, Vietnam went into tourism at a late stage, and they do very well, sir. And there's absolutely no reason, save for laziness on the part of the former administration, why we should not be earning more than $2 billion today in the tourism sector. When we left office, we were earning over $1 billion, and we've come back to office, Mr. Speaker, almost 11 years later, and we had to take up a government, sir, that was earning less than what we left it when we were the government back in the day, Mr. Speaker. I also make the point, sir, that Bridgetown, as we know it, will become very iconic. Look at the works and look what's happened there with the Empire Theatre building, Mr. Speaker. Bridgetown must not now be seen as an area where you have unoccupied buildings, Mr. Speaker. Bridgetown will become an area, and the surrounding districts will become an area where you have occupied buildings, working for and on behalf of the people of the city of Bridgetown and Greater Barbados, Mr. Speaker. And I say to you that the investment opportunities to be derived as a result of the investment conference for the urban corridor, Mr. Speaker, will increase and give even more visibility to Barbados as a tourism destination. And that's what we need. Because, for sure, if you build a couple hotels, you have more shops, you have different concepts, Mr. Speaker, it will give the BTMI an opportunity to go there and market in other niche markets and other niche areas to promote Barbados' tourism, sir. And I can see, Mr. Speaker, where as a result of what we intend to do on that corridor, that we will increase tourism demand in Barbados, Mr. Speaker. I can see it, Mr. Speaker. And as a result, when we increase tourism demand, and the minister will probably speak to this at length, we will also have increased airlift coming to Barbados. Because once you have the room inventory, and you do an excellent job as they're doing now marketing Barbados as a destination, and the individual hotels based on the players who will come and the other associated ventures, they do their marketing, Barbados will be in, Mr. Speaker, I think, and in my judgment, for a wonderful breakthrough and a much needed breakthrough, Mr. Speaker, in the tourism sector. So that, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to detain the chamber unduly, but it's safe to make the point. And you have to compliment the minister and the ministry for certainty of policy in this respect. They introduced a room rate levy. They didn't go the route of saying we are going to increase VAT. They studied and they recognized that it is and it shall be a levy. And Mr. Speaker, what does that do? You will increase revenue yields as a result of having a levy. And the minister went into this when he explained the issue with VAT, output versus input taxes, Mr. Speaker. And I thought he did a marvelous job there. But, Mr. Speaker, the certainty with the policy is in respect to the charge per bedroom per night. So that, Mr. Speaker, nobody can tinker with the revenue. It is about certainty of policy, Mr. Speaker. Per bedroom, per night. Fixed charge, Mr. Speaker. So that if you go to the market and you decide that you are going to discount rates for whatever reason, or you go into other room rate strategies, and I will not discuss those today, those are for another occasion, Mr. Speaker, that if you do that, that the government of Barbados will still be guaranteed the projected revenue of $47 million, Mr. Speaker. Because if they had done it the other way around, and they had done it and you flex the rate or you discount the rate, Mr. Speaker, the projection, as the Honourable Member for St. James Central said, would have changed. And that's the truth. So I must compliment the minister and his ministry for having what I consider to be very clear policy and indeed certainty of policy. And that's something, Mr. Speaker, that the last government just couldn't get right. They used to come in here, Mr. Speaker, and make a policy pronouncement, and within weeks they had to come back and change it, Mr. Speaker. But when we speak as a government, we speak with certainty, sir. And when we speak as a government, we know what we intend to achieve as a result of any measure that we implement, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other thing about a revenue, sir, is the perception of value of accommodation. Now, if you have in a marketplace and you are selling something and you attribute and you add on, tack on VAT, Mr. Speaker, the vacation in the eyes of the potential traveler becomes very expensive. And this is a competitive edge that we have now. Now, you know, sometimes the region will follow very closely what we're doing here, as some others are doing now in respect of the low tax regime that we introduced not so long ago. And there's some others who I am aware of that are heading with speed in that direction. But we elected, sir, to ensure that we have certainty and that we priced it in such a way that it would not cause us harm down the road, Mr. Speaker. So I commend the minister and his ministry, and of course the BTMI. And they're doing an excellent job, Mr. Speaker, in marketing Barbados. We have other things to address, including, Mr. Speaker, other facilities that we should have as a mature tourism destination. And I'm certain that those things will come. Recreational facilities that should abound in a tropical island, Mr. Speaker, that we've got to fix. But I say to the country that I've never felt more certain, Mr. Speaker, about where we are going in tourism, Mr. Speaker. I've never felt more certain, Mr. Speaker, about who are going to be the beneficiaries, sir, especially around the urban corridor. Because we need jobs, Mr. Speaker, but we need sustained and good-paying jobs, Mr. Speaker. And I am satisfied as a result of the policies of this government that we will see good-paying jobs and sustained jobs for the people of Barbados. And Mr. Speaker, I know we still have a lot of work to do. We have to increase arrivals. We have to ensure we get our fair take, Mr. Speaker. But a time will come, Mr. Speaker, that we too will sing our own song. But I must, and I cannot emphasize it more often than I've said it before, sir, that the role of the BTMI going forward as a public-private sector arrangement, Mr. Speaker, will speak volumes for this country. And everywhere you go now, you hear people talking about Barbados and the iconic brand that we have here, sir, and what a wonderful job that those faithful employees, not only in Barbados, but all across the markets that we operate in, selling Barbados, as BTMI workers, Mr. Speaker, the wonderful job that they do to help us achieve our objectives, Mr. Speaker. So that therefore, Mr. Speaker, I commend Minister and his team, and I join with other members who would have spoken in this honorable chamber in saying to the minister and his ministry, congrats on a job well done thus far. And I'm confident, sir, that the honorable member for St. James Central will continue to shine like a beacon, sir, in this matter of tourism. Mr. Speaker, I'm much obliged to you. Give me some jobs.
I am now, Mr. Speaker, much misunderstood and much maligned by elements on the other side.
I don't think so, Honourable Member, at all. Not especially not the last phrase, much maligned. I don't see that at all.
I am sustained in that opinion, but that will not deter me from making contributions to the debate in the chamber. Now, I wish to commend the honourable member for St. James Central in the pursuit and performance of his role as Minister of Tourism and International Transport. From this distance, many on the other side might tell me often that I fall victim to error. But from this distance, it seems to me that the honourable member of St. James Central has really grown in his role as Minister of Tourism and International Transport. To me, that is significant because this still remains our most productive sector and heaviest foreign exchange earner. So I really want to compliment him for the evident growth shown by him in his role as minister. And I mean that sincerely, Mr. Speaker. But you know, if I'm to be fully honest in saying that, I would also have to let it be known that there are one or two of his colleagues on that side who describe his passion for hard work as being lukewarm at best. Now, I honestly do not share that view. But that is a view held and whispered by one or two of his colleagues. But I want to support him. Having said that, however, I would want to express that there would be similar signs of growth. That there will be similar signs of growth in the tourism sector as a sector. It may be one thing to make a distant assessment that the minister is growing in his role, but I don't think the evidence suggests that there's significant growth today. And he's been only there a little while. We give him time. There's sufficient growth to this vitally important sector. If I make some references to the most recent report from the central bank, it suggests that there's some measure of decline in the sector, that the last period reported on when compared to the similar period of last year showed some significant decline, a 2.2% advancement this time around, as opposed to 5.7% for the same period in 2018, which suggests a performance below par in that context under reference. Now, the Honourable Minister did make, and correctly so, reference to the economic impact of the English tour. And I have heard the Honourable Prime Minister suggest that the benefits derived from facilitating the English tour constituted part of government's tourism strategy. Now, I remember very well, Mr. Speaker, watching cricket at Kensington in days of yore when you could not get into the place because the place was packed with people. You perhaps were present because you're an avid cricket fan. You perhaps were there when Lawrence Rowe made his famous 302, was it, Mr. Speaker? And you could not get a seat, a position in the place. I can see myself now.
I saw the first 48.
There you go.
First 48.
Peeking,
best 48 in the world.
The best 48 ever recorded. I can record myself peeking through a fence to get a view of the ongoing proceedings. And you would recall, Mr. Speaker, there were more people of a lighter hue in that place than there were people of color. And I'm suggesting that the influx of English tourists to Barbados for that segment of an English tour to the Caribbean is not new, and respectfully suggest that perhaps it should not be cited as evidence of a government's growth strategy. But the truth is that the numbers impacted significantly on our generation of foreign exchange at that particular time. And I have heard stories told by others other than the minister that there were a couple of points at which you could not find a room available for accommodation in Barbados. I understand that there were one of two flight delays and adjustments which occasioned that situation, rendering it almost impossible to find a hotel room in Barbados. But the report of the central bank suggested that the English cricket tour contributed significantly to the outturn of the period under review. but we will not have another English cricket tour if we stick to the current schedule for another 4 years. And Mr. Speaker, therefore, by diligent effort, the Minister of Tourism and his team must find alternatives to fill the breach until 4 years hence, where we have that influx of numbers out of the UK. Our arrivals from the US are recorded as being up, but those from Canada declined by 6.8%, those from CARICOM by 4.6%, those from Trinidad and Tobago in particularly by 10%. Cruise arrivals were reported also to have declined for the second straight period, Mr. Speaker, perhaps occasioned by the readjustment of itineraries following in the wake of previous adjustments which had been made in the aftermath of natural disaster impact across the Caribbean. So we're faced with a situation where you may have, in one or two instances, increased numbers. By and large, we have decreasing numbers. And even where numbers seem to have suggest some increase, the spend per visitor is reported to have been less than in the previous period, comparatively speaking. Now, we're dealing with levy, and I support very strongly the view of the Minister of Tourism, and I applaud him for his stand. We cannot, as a destination, afford to have rogue operators in the system, because rogue operators constitute a significant liability. It does not take much to have negative ramifications experienced by jurisdictions such as ours, small as we are, constrained as we are. It doesn't take much. One or two very bad experiences exposed in the international press can render an entire sector far less viable than it otherwise would have been. So I support the view that you have to have people properly registered, not only for the purpose of tax revenue, but for the purpose of ensuring that your wholesome popular reputation is sustained and retained. And I strongly support the Minister in that regard. But we do have to be concerned about the impact of the taxes on this sector. Taxes are necessary to the operations of government in economies such as ours. But you have to find the right balance and right measure as you tip the scales to their disadvantage, and then by extension, the disadvantage of the economy that you're striving to which you're striving to bring viability. And a proper assessment would have to be made, in my view, as to what is the impact of the tax impositions as prescribed by the Honourable Minister of Finance in the first budgetary presentation of June of 2018. The Airbnb sector is one which, according to the Minister's own revelations today, is contributing significantly to our tourism earnings, not only here, but to the tourism earnings of others elsewhere. It is a sector that we have to encourage, enhance, and even try to facilitate greater levels of viability while we ensure the good reputation of our shores, of our country, of our economy, and of our people and its institutions. So I am altogether on that, though I do express that caution that we need properly to research the impact that is the fallout from impositions of taxation and processes of registration with reference to, I still call it an emerging sector. It is a sector that will earn revenue for us without the high possibility of leakage, as is the case with the traditional hotel sector. So that much of what is earned through this sector remains here in Barbados and contributes to our economic capacity through revenues earned from tourism. Speaking of the issue of LIAT is a burning topical issue I well remember when the Honourable Prime Minister gave her presentation in June of 2018 with the new imposition of taxes, levels of taxes attaching to airport passage and travel, that I expressed a concern about the impact on LIAT, an airline already bedeviled by the high cost obtaining in that travel sector, regional travel. I raised that concern. I think it was acknowledged by the Honourable Prime Minister. We have now reached a stage where in the Caribbean we're fighting over the regional airline. How we manage that has serious implications for all of our economies going forward. I will never be one to be found in a position to say anything which is detrimental to the interests of Barbados or is at odds with our national government's position in support of a position which is inimical to our own interests here in Barbados, no matter who that position is expressed by, in or outside of Barbados. So I am saying simply that this LIAT thing is an issue, big issue, with serious potential ramifications for all our economies, particularly so perhaps the economies of Antigua, the economies of Barbados, and I'm sure that government will seek maturely and responsible to manage that, ensuring that Barbados' interests are protected and served, while also understanding that the Barbadian interest is served in the context of regional interests and regional viability of an airline entity operating that serves all of our economies together. So we look forward, as things transpire, to hearing what is the official position of Barbados vis-a-vis LIAT, and especially with reference to what we understand through the media is an offer by Antigua to buy out the shares, to acquire, let me say, the shares of LIAT. I'm sure my honourable friend has matters such as this as a high priority on his desk and will bring the due diligence to such. Last thing I will say, and I say this even though perhaps I will again incur the wrath of the other side. I say this, the government is now speaking with an unclear tongue. The government is now speaking with an unclear tongue on the business of casino gambling in Barbados. When the Honourable Minister of Finance presented her budget in June of last year, she made a reference to gaming tables operating in the hotel sector and the desire to earn foreign exchange and to restrict certain activity to tourists and that type of stuff. I don't recall her then using the word casino or the phrase casino gambling. I said it then, I did not hear it. When the Honourable Minister of Tourism spoke, he also did not make any reference to casino gambling, but talked about gaming tables and betting tables and so forth. But other members of cabinet and other members on the side of the government spoke directly with reference to casino gambling. I said then and I say again, I am not standing here to express a position for or against casino gambling. That's not my point here today, and it wasn't last year. The time will come for that. But the point is that if you are going to introduce it, well then say so and introduce it. You have been elected to govern and to administer the affairs. If you're going to go there, you can't take us there by stealth. I said that last time and I say it again. The fact that I have not heard it from the lips of the Honourable Minister of Finance, the fact that I have not heard it from the lips of the Honourable Minister of Tourism concerns me when I hear it from the lips of others who sit in the cabinet of Barbados. So I ask for a clearing of the air on the matter. Are we going that route or are we not? And can we speak with a greater clarity on that matter? I will not detain you any further, Mr. Speaker. Those are my few thoughts on this particular matter.
Honourable Member for St. Thomas.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to make a brief intervention and to lend my warmest support to the Honourable Member for St. James Central in his expressions this evening in relation to the Ministry of Tourism, and it is my strong belief that whatever we do that will empower the people of Barbados is the best thing ever to be done, especially at this time. I cannot boast of any beaches or anything, but I'm proud to know that the folks in the coastal areas and the communities that have joined them will be able to benefit from the construction of hotels, and I know that will generate the necessary employment to help to further empower Barbadians who had grown accustomed to working hard and working honestly, but a vicious, wicked Democratic Labour Party government has brought Barbadians to their knees, and it has spiraled the entire Barbados. I heard the comments that were made just now by the Honourable Opposition Leader, and I'm not even going to touch that topic at all, because I don't think it is necessary at this time. But whenever the Barbados Labour Party determines that it will put new initiatives in place to do with gaming or gambling and other aspects of our development, when we understand that there will be people who will support and who will oppose, we bring it to the public to be ventilated. And therefore, whether it has to be a referendum or whatever form there will be, we will do it because we've done it before in a number of areas. So I'm not even going to touch that now and delay this honourable chamber, except to say that I speak on behalf of the most wonderful people in Barbados. And any other honourable members here may speak to the people whom they represent in the same manner, because most Barbadians, if not all of them, are honourable people who deserve to get the best of whatever is made available. So we have no say, and therefore will not, I believe, benefit by any hotel, but not that it would be beyond the imagination of this distinguished government, sir, that one day we may have a hotel somewhere in the center of St. Thomas, overlooking that panoramic view on the East Coast. And therefore, I am not doubting that, but I just want to say that my people in St. Thomas, St. Joseph, St. Andrew will have to benefit by whatever is being offered in this tourism sector. We suffered, Mr. Speaker, for 10 years in rural Barbados, and I will say it again and again, and the honourable member for the opposition could, the leader of the opposition could add to it, because he too suffered in a serious way under a government that was clueless and did not care about people and their empowerment or development. And so in St. Thomas, St. Andrew, St. Joseph in particular, the three of us, the members of Parliament here, so, and that includes St. James Central, because Redmonds Village and Welches and Bagatelle and so are in the north of Barbados. But we suffered, sir, in a way that was different. All the resources, everything else went to people in other constituencies that were represented by those members, but we did not receive anything. And it particularly is in connection, what I'm saying, sir, is particularly in connection with bad road networks, horrible road networks, where every day people got their tires burst, the cars broke down, the axles, if that's what you call the parts of the cars that will break down because of the roller coaster roads, with the big deep potholes and so on. We suffered for 10 years, sir, in constituencies where it rains every day. There is poor drainage, and the drainage unit would not do much when they were called upon, because the equity that we expect, and I want this Labour Party to continue to extend the equity across the length and breadth of Barbados, whether people in communities voted for us or not. There are Barbadians who pay taxes. There are Barbadians who should benefit by whatever is being offered, because we do not know who voted for us, really. And you know that, Mr. Speaker, sir. There are people who would have been with the other side and they voted with us this time. Perhaps we had people who were on our side before and they voted the other side. And we even had members who were a part of us and went straight to the polls, shoved forward, pushed forward, lifted forward, kissed up, who deserted us after we won. And therefore, I'm talking to the honourable member and the leader of the opposition. And therefore, I'm saying we can't punish the constituencies, St. Michael West, because the honorable member of the opposition is with them. There are people too, and most of them were Labour Party. So they need to get benefits from whatever will happen in the Brandon's area and so on with the tourism products that we are talking about. So I want to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, we suffered no road works, no street lights, no buses. So my people in Lancaster on the radio all yesterday, but we have some of the most prestigious places of interest or attractions in the parish of St. Thomas, sir. And I'm going to name them because people will forget them because we were almost marooned up there in the center of the island. How do you take the heart of Barbados and destroy it like the Democratic Labour Party did? And so I am proud of the people of St. Thomas and what their decisions they have made. And I want, sir, to refer to the places of interest in there that I believe that whatever benefits will be offered, that it will redound to those people in St. Thomas and the other parishes across the length of Barbados. So I can boast, sir, of a place called the Bushes, just beyond Chapman's Village, going into Springvale. It is as beautiful as Westmahall Gully, sir, and it is being developed. And I believe it will be one of the best tourist attractions where the ambience of the environs and the people can come and camp overnight, spend weekends coming from overseas tourists. Every day in St. Thomas, I see men and women and children cycling from Bridgetown and St. Philip, St. Michael, Christchurch, to St. Thomas. Sometimes there are as many as 50 of them riding. They don't just want to ride. They don't want to ride on bumpy roads anyhow, but they want to come to see these wonderful attractions that need further development because they are tired. So I'm talking about the Bushes that others will hear of later. I'm talking of Westmahall Gully that Her Majesty the Queen visited in 1975. And there's so many other distinguished people who come here and visit Westmahall Gully, the greenest and most beautiful environs you could want. I mean, Hunt's Gardens are beautiful too, as part of it, because it's all on the same route where there are still bad roads that are collapsing down the Gully Hill because they're in the northern zone, as well as what we call the Scotland District. We need help, and we are going to get some, because I'll tell you that in a minute, sir. Harrison's Cave, tired as ever, but no proper road to get to it. And the residents were left out, having been included in what we call the housing neighborhood upgrade, that the honorable leader of the opposition, his people were to be a part of that project from the Guardian land. The honorable member for the city, Cat's Castle and Greenfield, and those people are still living in squalor, sir. As a matter of fact, it may not be the honorable member for St. Michael West, but it might be you, sir. That would have been a part of it, a button on a bounding, it doesn't matter. But there are human beings in there who need help and who are suffering and unemployed and impoverished, and not 1 cent from a $60 million amount where the last administration set back $47 million. They lost the money or the funding because they did not meet the conditionalities, and the poor people are still there suffering. The poor people in Cat's Castle and Greenfield and my folk in Allen View have suffered no proper sewage, nothing, as a result of a government that was clueless, having inherited that project. But good days are coming, sir. The Highland Outdoor Tours, the zip line over by the Jack in the Box Gully, sir, the flower forest at the Butts and the Bounce, St. Thomas and St. Joseph, and Coles Cave. Only to mention a few, and I'm happy to say, sir, that I've written officially for the vault in the Vault Road. I don't care what kind of culture it had, what kind of history it had about white people or black. It is the vault of the name of the road where I live, and the people in the Vault Road are not dead, sir. And the vault is looking tacky. So I am seeking the BTII as well as the Heritage, trying to remember the name of the organization to make sure that built structures remain, and that they're the National Trust, sir, that they are going to pay some attention to it to be able to bring it to a level. We also have, sir, the highest point in Barbados, Mount Hillaby. The coaches go up there every day. It is one of the worst roads in Barbados, sir. And you can write, you can call till the cows come home before. Nobody will touch it with a 10-foot pole. But you know what? Every time the tourists land, they come with their masks. Where's Mount Hillaby? And when we direct them and they get there, having left St. Philip, St. Michael, St. James, wherever, not even a place to wash their hands. Furthermore, toilet facility. That too has been requested, sir. And I know that the economic situation will not allow it in a hurry, but it is on the horizon. And I trust God, like the Honourable Opposition Leader, sir, that it will happen in time. Whether it's in my lifetime or not, it does not matter. Once people benefit, including the visitors who are among us. But locals trek to the area as well. And that one is one of the most panoramic views in Barbados. When you go on Mount Hillaby and you look over and you see the environment, sir, most magical. You couldn't want it better. But I want to say, sir, tour operators are angry. They expose their anger every day because there's no artery leading into the heart of Barbados that is not a ruggedy ride. So when they're coming from the west coast, to come through by Mount Misery, and it has the best name now, it really is a Mount Misery, because the road is bad and Water Authority has salvaged it. I am going to deal with that another place and another time, sir. This is not the evening for it. But Mount Misery leads into Aricot and Canefield, onto Challoner School, onto Highland Outdoor Tours. Mr. Speaker, sir, you must take a trip there one of these days. You can come by yourself, you can bring your family or your visitors with you, sir. You will feel the pain that I feel every day, and I live in the constituency, in the vault road, where the people who live there are the best in Barbados. They are not dead because there's a vault. And I'm angry that the Democratic Labour Party pushed us in this position, and now our foreign reserves, everything are done in the IMF program. We're doing a locally grown program, and we have to do it in inches now instead of miles to get our roads repaired. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? We will get there because they've instructed the coach drivers and so not to use that road coming through from Mount Hillaby, coming through from Mount Misery, onto Aricot to get to Canefield, which is the shortest route. They have advised them don't come up Fortress Hill either and come on Vaucluse Road to bring them past the flower park where the C.O. Williams has their flower thing, to put them onto the same Challoner School, because Vaucluse Road has been blocked for the last 10 years. And nothing happened, it floods and it blocks every day. So the coaches can't come through. They cannot come through Hyman's Hill because that too is in disarray. They can only come at Ashford, sir, when they're ready, coming through from Jackson. And I thank God and the Honourable Minister and his team in the Ministry of Public Works who have arranged, and within another 2 to 3 weeks, the road from King Garden, sir, by Sharon Church, all the way up to Rugby and Dings Village, that will be paved because people's car tires are breaking off. And they are getting a lot of damage and have no recourse because they're ordinary people who don't have a lawyer to make sure they get their reimbursement. But I've advised them take the pictures and send a letter to the Transport Authority and the Transport Board. But we are suffering. I am making all of these comments, Mr. Speaker, sir, to say that some of the roads have been abandoned because the Democratic Labour Party failed to help us. But they built all kinds of madness with the government's money, with cost overruns, and today we can't get a proper road. We have to wait until the change of a government. Mr. Speaker, I also want to make mention of the Heart of Barbados, one of the best festivals you could ever want in the month of June. And the Democratic Labour Party shut it down because it belonged to St. Thomas. I nearly forgot the Freedom Village, because that Freedom Village has so much potential for tourists coming out of Old Town and those other communities. If they're going over by the Earthworks place to buy some pottery and so, that is one of the most phenomenal visionary projects for this country. And this last administration, sir, would not touch it with a 10-foot pole. Spent a lot of money, the place wasn't down, and now the Honourable Minister for Culture is trying to get it back on its feet. And I'm grateful, sir. But that project would facilitate tour guides, because in the concept, you could walk from the Freedom Village and go down to St. Thomas Church, another outstanding historic location, go on to Port Vale, come through what we call the water course that will put you on to Rock Hall, weave and go all the way up to Pori Spring that has incessant water, and to touch the other areas where we had slave huts and so before. Nothing, Mr. Speaker, sir, but I am sure that with what the Honourable Tourism Minister indicated just now, and with time and this government raking in some cash through tourism and through the other taxes and so, that we will then again revive the heart of Barbados and indeed St. Thomas and the other parishes in the north that suffered as a result of that uncaring government. So I advise all the residents across the length and breadth of this country, those in the city, those in St. Philip, those in St. Andrew, St. Thomas, St. James, St. Lucie, especially those who have been retrenched, get on board and access the training that will put them on the cutting edge so that when this economy starts to improve and it starts to operate on the various cylinders like it did before 2008, that we will be able to engage them meaningfully. We have excellent artisans. We have people with good quality hospitality training. They're only waiting because Barbadians, unlike some other people in other parts of the world, they want to work, and to work honestly. There are people in St. Thomas, Mr. Speaker, will never ask me for a dollar bill. They will say, Ms. Ford, can you get me into the Polytechnic? Ma'am, could you guide me as to how I can access whatever national insurance? They don't beg for money. There are many others in other parishes who don't do it. They just want to get the hand-holding to direct them. Barbadians have their independence and they cherish it. They don't want to be anybody's stooge pigeon, and therefore they want to work. I have the confidence, Mr. Speaker, that the policies introduced by this Barbados Labour Party government will fulfill and bring back the dignity to Barbadians that they can work and achieve, and this tourism sector has to do most of it, sir. I want to close, Mr. Speaker, by indicating that I am willing to work with any government, with any agency, and every agency, because I feel that we as a people should be fully empowered again. I encourage young people who are in school, stay the course. Remain in school and behave well and take advantage of every opportunity. Particularly, I want them, sir, to develop that spirit of volunteerism. It is when you volunteer that you get the opportunity to see what happens to other people in different aspects of living, those who are impoverished, those who are disabled, those who are unemployed, those who are sick with the various diseases and so. It is when you volunteer that you get to know. It is when you volunteer that you go to the day nurseries and you chip in 2 hours. It is when you volunteer by doing a little teaching in your communities, whether it be Sunday school, Saturday school, or whatever, that it makes a difference in the lives of Barbadians. And I am proud, Mr. Speaker, sir, to be a member of this honourable chamber, and you can rest assured, sir, that I will never be a Judas. If I am not with you, I will tell you, but I will shut up shop and go home, rather than jump on the hobby horse and then every little thing frivolous you pick up without having facts. I know those who know can do better, and therefore I challenge the Honourable Tourism Minister to continue to perform well, because the other Tourism Minister was only a fla. Honourable Minister, sir, through you, I am relying on you. You are my neighbour. All of us are relying on you in Barbados to improve the quality of tourism product that's being offered, and to help to be building out all of these various hotels and guest houses and so, because Barbadians are relying on you and on this Barbados Labour Party to make a difference in their lives and to put them back where they were before, where their independence, their pride, the unity, everything else that they had in mind and that they always espoused will be back in place to help them to reach the next level. And so I highly lend my support, sir, to this honourable, is it a bill or a resolution? To this bill, and therefore I will wish to thank you for giving me the privilege to express myself. And I say Barbadians wait, it will not only be my road getting fixed, the highways getting fixed, places in St. Philip and St. Michael and St. Lucie are getting fixed, because we mean that we're going to make sure that the equity is spread across the island, because all of us are one people, proud Barbadians. I wish to thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honourable Member for St. James Central.
Mr. Speaker, sir, just to briefly wrap up this bill, I want to thank all honourable members, all who contributed. I think, Mr. Speaker, that if there was one golden thread that ran throughout the contributions, it was that every member who contributed, not every member with the exception of the Leader of the Opposition, would have taken the opportunity to share his or her own views as to how their constituency and their constituents might benefit or better benefit from the effort we are trying to make nationally at enhancing the country's tourism product. And Mr. Speaker, I have never shied away from this issue since becoming the minister. I have said to all who have ears to hear that I believe that tourism is the country's business, and that it is for all of us in all parts of Barbados to make a contribution. I am prepared, sir, to hear any suggestions as long as they are sensible. From this place, I've had already to rebuff a piece of nonsense about Disney World that came, unfortunately, from the Leader of the Opposition, but and maybe that is why he offered nothing today. But the point is, as long as it is sensible, I am prepared to hear it and to work with any honourable member who wants to provide leadership. Now, I want to congratulate and to tell the honourable member for St. Philip North that her views resonated with me this evening, especially when she spoke about the history and heritage of Sam Lord's Castle. I am 100% there with her. And even more so, I am there on the question of Skeets Bay. Now, clearly, Skeets Bay is not only a matter that could be looked at from the perspective of tourism, but it is also, as the honourable member for St. Michael South indicated, a matter that falls squarely within the domain of his ministry and its efforts to bring a freshness to the fish market experience in Barbados. Now, I say to you, Honourable Speaker, that I've had this discussion with the member for Christchurch South as well. And it is very important for us to realize that that which we are hoping to do in Oistins does not necessarily have to be limited to Oistins. But in fact, wheresoever there is a fish market in Barbados, let us now come to a happy understanding that visitors want to experience new things. And visitors, sir, want to have an immersive Barbadian cultural experience. And when they say immersive, that means literally immerse themselves, get the hands and the fingers dirty. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are satisfied that visitors to Oistins, for example, want to learn. They want to go in the fish market and learn how you prepare flying fish, how you prepare dolphin. Because their concept of dolphin is the bottlenose dolphin jumping out of the water that look like flipper. They want to learn how you prepare mahi-mahi, the Bajan seasoning. How do you scale the fish? How do you bone the fish? How do you season the fish? And then this thing called a Moses. Well, we don't want to understand how you stand up in a Moses and cast a net. And yes, they may fall in the sea, but that's part of the experience too. Because part of it, Mr. Speaker, is to do what the Barbadian does. And as the Honourable Member for St. Michael South says, it's an Instagram-friendly moment. You take the picture, you put it on Instagram, you put the picture on Facebook, and so on. You tell your friends, I did this in Barbados. So it need not be only in Oistins. It can be done in Skeets Bay as well. And the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that if we're going to do it in a sensible way, when you teach people how to cook the fish, prepare the fish though, but the logical thing is to eat it too. And wash it down with some Banks Bear, etc. The complete Barbadian experience. So I see no reason, Mr. Speaker, why in Skeets Bay, if it is that government's policy is to redevelop that fish market, then, Mr. Speaker, sir, let us do so with a view towards making it a holistic experience that can take part of the tourism product along and bring the people from that community in St. Philip North who, up to this point, have not been brought in. Because I keep on saying, sir, philosophically for me, This is about broadening the band and the scope of stakeholders across Barbados, people who can say, I too can derive part of my income from the tourism product, rather than stand askance from the tourism product and look at it in all its magnitude and glory and say, well, I wish I could live like them days so though. That is how I see it working, Mr. Speaker, sir. Again, I mentioned the Honourable Member for St. Michael South. I think that his speech was right on point in terms of the importance of new product. And the fact of the matter is that maybe inadvertently he left out one aspect of what we plan to do in his constituency. And I say now, you know, Ross University has asked for their lease to be looked at again with a view to extending the time. And it seems as though they develop a deeper interest in Barbados the longer they're here. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, it makes wonderful good sense for us to prepare ourselves for the possible eventuality that the time will dawn when a conference facility may have now to be looked at so as to create a greater opportunity for Ross to have the campus for itself. And if we think futuristically, Mr. Speaker, sir, then part of what will probably have to happen along that same coastal stretch in the Honourable Member's constituency is room for an appropriate conference facility, which ideally should be located within the immediate ambit of several major hotel developments, sir, so there's ease of access and the fluidity of movement, etc., to fully complement it, as opposed to how we now have the conference facility far removed from several hotels and creating logistical issues for transportation. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central, I think, spoke very clearly to the question of social stratification in Bridgetown being reduced via the social stratification at St. Michael, being reduced via the tourism product. And effectively, sir, what he has been saying is identical to where I stand, that we can and must see tourism as the ladder upon which our people can climb, not necessarily because they're directly involved in tourism, but tangentially through a variety of other related businesses, whatsoever those business might be, those business interests might be, sir, so that they too can have, as I say, a stake in what the country is doing. Mr. Speaker, your member for St. Thomas was her customary self, and she, I think, sir, spoke very clearly to the question of development of the tourism product in inland Barbados. Let nobody be mistaken about it. One of the most destructive aspects of the last administration, sir, was the fact that so much of this country's tourism product, which lies inland, becomes increasingly and embarrassingly unaccessible or difficult to access because of the fact that that government chose not to touch a road. So when the Honourable Member speaks about Welch Mahal Gully and Harrison's Flower Cave, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is a reality. Major tourism attractions, but to get there is an embarrassment to the country. So this is something that has to be worked on. Obviously, it can't happen overnight because it comes at a cost. The Honourable Member for Christchurch West, who is the Minister responsible for Transportation and Public Works, has visibly aged before us during the last year and robustly fights on. It is not his fault. That's what he has inherited. And the fact is, Mr. Speaker, sir, we work manfully in order to try to reduce some of these challenges. Now, with respect, I want to say to this House, because I said it before we started the process, that the request for proposals for the divestment of Harrison's Cave was done. And I am not going to go any further than to say that that process now has to be formally approved by the board. But you know, Mr. Speaker, sir, what must also go on record is the yeoman service that the board itself, under the able chairmanship of the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, has been able to demonstrate during the last year. I went up there to a function, I was invited there to a function last week. a nighttime function at Harrison's Cave, where they had about 200 people present using the cave, sir, taking tram tours of the cave by night. Calypsonians playing music up there, Mr. Speaker, sir. A party fete type atmosphere. The cave being used in a cultural setting, the cave being used in its natural commercial setting, the cave being used in a diversified way by nighttime. Something that never used to happen under the Democratic Labour Party, Mr. Speaker, sir, when they shut up and locked down. Because the transformation, the spirit of transforming these tourism products, sir, to make them work by day and by night is what we are working and striving towards, sir. So I want the Honourable Member for St. Thomas to understand that, you know, I share her concerns. To be fair, again, for the first time, Harrison's Cave is now being represented at international travel market exhibitions, so that the cave goes up there as part of the tourism product of Barbados, and the representatives of the cave sit across a table and do a business-to-business discussion with the cruise ship people. Before, they were being treated as second-class citizens, and somebody that owned tour buses or somebody that's a tour operator decide that they do business and they will get business for Harrison's Cave. Now the cave is up there as an equal sitting at a table, saying we are going to commission tours and we are going to do it on these terms. This is the package we could work out for you. Not relying on a middleman, Mr. Speaker, sir. It must be a revenue-generating thinking. And I would want to have thought that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, sir, would have come to this place this evening with a view to reflecting on these transformational steps that have been introduced during the course of the last year. It is written, Mr. Speaker, in the book of Philippians that whatsoever things are true, and whatsoever things are just, and whatsoever things are honest, and whatsoever things are lovely, and whatsoever things are pure and of good report, then you should, if they're any good, Mr. Speaker, sir, let us think on these things. But the days, sir, I want the days to come to an end when we have a leader of the opposition, self-made, not sent there by anybody, self-made, coming in here, sir, to give nothing but snide, back-of-the-hand comment. I don't care what you say about me, because I handle myself, just not in the mood to deal with him tonight. But you know, Mr. Speaker, sir, the only person who spoke in this debate, which is really about how tourism product can be developed in Barbados. I heard leaders of constituents sent here by their constituents speak to how they saw their constituency being involved in tourism product. Everyone who spoke, sir, with the exception of the Leader of the Opposition, who can only contribute by way of negativity. Not even to say thank you, that he was not able to do it, so I did it for him in conjunction with the Honourable Member for St. Philip South, and the Honourable Member for St. Philip West, the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, sir, where we decided now that we're going to create a tourism product by night on a Friday evening to try to capture, to diversify, first of all, the Barbados tourism product by doing some new things at night. Secondly, sir, to set us apart from the rest of the Eastern Caribbean, we're going to have a nighttime craft market, bringing vendors, musicians, artists, all cultural exponents, small business people, onto Pelican, Mr. Speaker, sir. Have a captive audience with the cruise ships, secure the cruise ships extending their stay in port, when they're leaving, going, blowing smoke up to St. Lucia or the next stop at 5 in the evening. Now they'll be leaving at 10:30, so that you have 3,000 people that are being bridged down to allow people, for the Honourable Leader of the Opposition's constituency, to get an opportunity, sir, to make $1 in Barbados. Because he, being bankrupt of ideas, can't help nobody to do it. And you would have thought, Mr. Speaker, sir, that at least he could have the common Christian courtesy of acknowledging and changing the tone, the instinctive tone of his contribution. But no, not even that could happen. And then where does he go, Mr. Speaker, sir? He takes us to the question of, I mean, you know, and I really want there to be a less elastic relationship with the truth. You cannot, Mr. Speaker, sir, come and talk about arrivals from the United States and say, well, they went up, but I hear CARICOM went down and Trinidad went down. Well, you can't compare the arrivals we get from the United States with the arrivals we get from CARICOM, Mr. Speaker, sir. The United States of America, first of all, it transcends 200,000 passing people per year. And we broke that 200,000 barrier last year, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the first time. He talks, Mr. Speaker, sir, about Great Britain as though that is a minor market. When last year we fell 1,000 short of a record in rivals from Great Britain. And I have always said I don't want to play the numbers game. I have no interest in being dragged there because the issue has to be about spend. The issue has to be about how much we can generate from the visitors we have on the island apart from the numbers that are arriving, sir. But even there, you know, at school in first form, they gave me a book of school rules. And you all remember from St. Peter, and you all remember from Christchurch West will recall that rule number 1. The breach of common sense is a breach of school rules. Well, you all remember the Leon Levy of the opposition has broken school rules. He alleges that it is his information or understanding that spend is not up. Now, I ask you, sir, how is it possible to accept that Barbados was packed to capacity with British tourists, and in his left-handed complimentary way, he said, well, the British came, but nobody else didn't come. But I couldn't find hotel rooms available, so it didn't matter the nationality. The point is the country had the people. We accept that the United States of America had record level of arrivals. That can't be challenged. But equally, we introduced from the 1st of July a room rate levy, which meant that you're paying in a luxury hotel $10 more. In an A-class hotel, $5.50 US more. In a B-class hotel, $2.50 US more. Well, how is it possible if you're paying more for the rooms, and the rooms are full, that you are getting less money? So therefore, spend, even if only on the basis of looking at hotel occupancy alone, would have to be up. But yet still, the breach of common sense takes place. And I ask myself, so what drives this? Does the Honourable Member not carry the same passport that we do? Does he not carry the same color ID card that we do? Is your heart so hardened against things that are good for Barbados and Barbadian people that you can't bring yourself to accept good for the people you represent, even when it is patently in front of you and obvious, sir? But these things can't make sense. It's with pellucid clarity. And then, not satisfied, he has to gouge at the Prime Minister as though she owes him something. So now, according to him, the Prime Minister has put it into the public domain that cricket is driving Barbados' growth strategy. I never heard the Prime Minister say any such thing. What I have heard the Prime Minister say is that she lamented the fact that her predecessor and the previous government in office did not see any wisdom in facilitating the hosting of Women's Cricket World Cup. And that had they hosted Women's Cricket World Cup, there would have been a clear connection between the opportunity to have the event and people come here for the purposes of experiencing the event. That is what I heard her say. And in furtherance of her position, she had no challenge in hosting the English touring team. And we have seen the financial benefit from doing so, Mr. Speaker, sir. But there's this righteousness to ignorance that I cannot understand. And sir, as though that is not bad enough, then we come now with, I don't want to say mischief because that would be unparliamentary. But I can believe, sir, I believe I can say that it is a product of a confused mind. When a person will say that gaming tables in Barbados are being spoken about by your humble servant and by the Prime Minister, but some other unnamed person or persons in the cabinet, unnamed, have talked about gambling. And he wants to know which is which. No, Mr. Speaker, sir, I mean, this is really no getting the shadow confused with the substance. We're into smoke and mirrors. The substance of the matter is that there is a structural challenge which faces this country in terms of people who make investments in the tourism sector getting a return on revenue. That is the structural challenge. That gaming tables opens up a stream of revenue for mega investments, which are the large ones, is a I mean, it is as obvious as day following night. It's self-evident. And Mr. Speaker, sir, all I have said, you can call it whatever you want to call it. Russian roulette, poker, gaming tables, call it whatever you wish to call it. I will meet you there. I will beard you in Denmark, my friend, because I know that the debate that has to be had in Barbados is a very simple debate. How long are you going to pretend that this country can see the return on investment that it must see if you tie the hands of the investor behind the back? We have said already, Mr. Speaker, sir, that vertical build must be allowed to get higher if you're going to have the ability to stack rooms to get the return on investment. We have said, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the gaming tables are part of a revenue stream, as indeed have been golf courses part of a revenue stream, as indeed are conference facilities part of a revenue stream, as indeed are gymnasium facilities part of a revenue stream. How can you expect to attract mega investments if you then tell people that you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do the next? Well, they'll find life elsewhere. And the grin on the member's face tells me that that is exactly what he would want them to do. Because while he basks in the luxury of being a self-appointed leader of the opposition, not even entirely voted for by himself, because there's a civil war in that structure. The mind and the heart are two different locations. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the country has to be given the benefit of certainty in terms of where we are going on this matter. And that is the reality, Mr. Speaker, of where we're at. So I say to this House, Mr. Speaker, sir, that, you know, in real sense, this debate has been a useful one because I am indebted to all honourable members who contributed and have shared their views as to how their constituencies might benefit. And I genuinely say that I want for us to do more of that discussion because I believe that it is the people of Barbados who make the tourism product. The imagination, the creativity of the people must be unleashed so that we have the best possible representation of Barbados as possible. And for too long, the people of Barbados have been shut off from being part of the architectural framework of what tourism is. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, sir, I say that this debate has also given me an insight into where sincerity lies. And that is unfortunate, because there should only be sincerity on the matter of how this country can be lifted up. And that is the deepest part of the misfortune that I feel and experience, sir. And as I said, I genuinely believe that, you know, when certain people decide to think on the things that are true and just and of good report, maybe they'll find a better place. But for the time being, Mr. Speaker, sir, I again wish to thank all of the honourable members who contributed to this debate, and I ask for this to be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I request that the bill be deferred for further consideration. that be postponed for further consideration.
Question that this honorable bill be postponed for further consideration. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The aforementioned bill is postponed for further consideration.
Speaker, revert to government notices.
Honorable Leader, government business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the Public Service Retrenched Workers Bill 2019.
Revert to first readings of bills.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Public Service Retrenched Workers Bill 2019 be read the first time.
Yes, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Speaker, revert to government business. Order number 10, in the name of the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs and Investment, to move the second reading of the Public Service Retrenched Workers Bill 2019.
Honourable Member for Christchurch Central.
Mr. Speaker, this bill before the Chamber is to make provision for the payment of gratuity and pensions to public officers within the Ministry of Transport, Works and Maintenance as it relates to the retrenchment process that took place in October of last year. As you are aware, Mr. Speaker, the government, as part of the Barbados Economic Recovery and Transition Plan, undertook a significant restructuring of its expenditures last year, which the debt restructuring was a significant part, but as part of the reforms that we've sought to undertake within government, we would have also gone through an exercise with respect to the retrenchment of some workers as part of the process. This particular bill relates to those employees for whom their service would have exceeded 10 years in that particular ministry, which was different from the set